Okay. Okay, everybody. Welcome back. Getting my calendar out. Not too hard to remember what happened last week. You had been sent on assignment by House Fjallin to conduct a auction for information regarding the whereabouts of Kara Irvath, the terrorist responsible for the destruction of the Golden Dragon and its the many people. Um, and we yeah, we found ourselves there. You guys had completed all the various preparations and now found yourselves at the party of the um, Crimson Butcher. It is there that the auction went forward, and things went rather well for the party. In your very subtle alliance deal between the different houses, you managed to create a end of the line. Um, sorry, you managed to create a sort of end game alliance between um, Kenneth West, uh, House Lyrandar, and the Eyes of Ondair. And between them all, in one, the information sold for probably far more than what it was worth. 1,000,000 gold pieces. Very impressive expenditure. With that, we will simply pick up our campaign there. As you had conducted the affair in the basement, and people are patting backs and so on and so forth. Um, what you're going to do next. But before we get into that, let us proceed with the next phases of our game, which are going to be, let's see, we'll start with the reputation phase. You guys are all, um, let's see here. We're going to figure out some reputation stuff. I'm going to go to your sheets real quick. Sorry. Okay, let us see. So there is some good news. Is this was a masquerade, which means that your absence at the parties, if there were any, wouldn't have gone identified because no one would have known who you are. Whether you were wallflowering or wheeling and dealing, that would remain zip. However, let's see here. Your interactions in the actual sale of information will go forward. So, um, largely, you guys handled everything very well. As far as the various bidders know, things went off without a hitch. They were brought to a very fine, very enjoyable gala. They enjoyed themselves there. They were brought to a secret space, enjoyed the intrigue of that, and bid and made deals. And some of them were given the options to do that a little bit more easily than others. So we are going to just simply say that everybody's gained a reputation point. So some of you already gained your points last week.
Mhm.
So some of you are hitting up one. It's going to be two for Mr. Cross. Holden will be getting one because he got his good reputation. Ludwig will be back to one because you got your tag. Ooh, I have to do a little adjustment for your sheet. Actually, I have one there, but I meant to say. Okay. And lastly, Rowan will be also at one because you got your tag last week. Very good. Okay, beautiful. So everybody gets a reputation point. Um, let's see. Um, I'm gonna say the rumor mill hasn't changed much, and that is, I'll roll a dice actually. I'll tell you what. I'll leave it in your guys' hands about the rumor mill. You guys were very busy, consumed with what was going on, keeping track of the auction, but there was plenty of time to speak with other people going around. I know Lois and Holden were especially consumed with other affairs outside of the gala, but Ludwig, you were pretty intensely into security that night. You were like, you had your eyes peeled, if I'm not mistaken, as well. But you talked to people. So I'll leave it to probably Cross Rowan and Ludwig, for that matter. You were the most present in the ball, you three. Would your characters have been attentive to gossip and rumor and carousing, or were you really focused on other matters?
Me, I would have been. I doubt I would have been
Yeah, you
carousing
seem
that much.
particularly
Just
focused.
afterwards, I'd be after the auction. I guess I'd spend some time trying to get the mood of the room. The what the politics of the room might be of the Crimson Butcher, stuff like
Yeah.
that. Like, is he a great considered a great military mind, is he or is his strategy kind of like just kill the enemy?
Yeah, you were very mission focused, if I recall. You were very focused on security as opposed to rumor. Um, what about the two of you crossing, Rowan?
I mean, when I was going through the like the crowd, I was looking for someone in particular, and I guess maybe like depending on, I was maybe looking out for anything in relation to like mention of military, like any of those sort of rumors. I would be looking.
Understood. Fair enough. And Rowan, what about you? I know you were wallflowering, keeping an eye on the people. Were you rumoring it up a little bit?
Yeah, so I think that she would have been interested in listening to things, but beforehand, uh, making sure everything went well. Afterwards, she would have been, if there was still party to be had, she would have been more social.
Got it. So yeah, that would have been after the fact. So we'll say that you guys were very mission focused last session, and that's where you would have learned the rumors that we were reflecting on now. So we'll simply say that the rumor mill remains as it is, and depending on your actions this week, we'll probably revisit rumors next week, which is fine. Um, tokens of favor are as is. You're in the midst of a party right now, so it's a little hard to send letters or receive them. So we'll just return to our game. Those will be our phases this week. So the auction is just completed. Some clickings of glasses, cheerses, or go around and whatnot. Some people are a little more disappointed than others, and some people are a little more celebratory than others here in the auction. Is there anything any of you would like to do post um, post auction? And if it's anything to do with the technicalities of like the information drop off, fear not. I hope I'm saying his name right. Adrian is going to like handle the logistics of the actual information pass off. So you don't need to worry about the logistics and administration. But is there anything that you would like to do post auction?
Before I went back, I would do like I told you about.
Yes. Um,
Taking the temperature of the room and everything.
yeah, measure
Stuff
of
like
the
that.
room. Sure. Make me a
But
little insight check to see what the vibe is.
14.
14. You look around carefully, trying to figure if there's anything that needs worrying about. 14. Um, you would see the bidders of House Denise and House Thrash like eventually find each other across like lock eyes across the room, and the Thrashk guy, sort of the giant orc Thrashk dude, just kind of like gives him one of those. And Denith just kind of does that back at him. You have the sense that it's like disappointment, but they were competing with one another, and neither one. It's like, I don't know, like, we're sort of, deuces a little bit. So there's no bad blood there, or anger there, disappointment, but nothing too intense. I think you see Kenneth East, bitter, sitting in the corner, kind of like, he looks to be in consideration of the implications himself of the bid, kind of sitting by himself, just kind of like thinking about things. Kenneth East, though joining in the celebrations, you can tell that there's anxiety about him, and he's got to explain this to Jorlana, and probably isn't too wild that he's got to explain where their 300,000 gold pieces went, which is not a fantastic expenditure of money, or at least it won't feel like it anyway. Easily, Lyrandar is she's very happy. She's a pretty reserved individual, but very classy, very elegant, but still very happy about how things went. And lastly, our Eyes of Ondare member is kind of like bewildered, like a little uncomposed that this all happened and it went the way that it did, and the amount of money is being thrown around, and looks a little off balance and bewildered.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you detect any like. I think to your satisfaction, you don't detect any like intense bad emotions between everybody.
Okay. Yeah, Lyrandar is happy. Eyes Vondeo is surprised. Kenneth is happy they lost, but then they're realizing, oh, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Happy Kenneth East lost. Thrash has just shrugged his shoulders. Denny shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah.
Where's Kenneth East?
Kenneth East hasn't risen from his chair. He's just kind of like, his elf has left him, and he's just kind of sitting there like with his leg folded.
That needs to be a phrase. My elf has left me.
My elf has left me. That's
I'm not doing well, guys. My elf has left me.
Ooh, it's hard to bag elves. That's a shame. He's just kind of like stroking his beard and kind of like just kind of thinking, contemplating. He doesn't look to be like morose or particularly happy. I think he's just in consideration.
Like
nothing is
thinking how
actually for East, so there's nothing to be too intense about, but he's thinking of the implications of it.
Exactly. He's whenever someone's looking down, I'm gonna say, oh, they look elfless.
He looks quite elfless.
Are you elfless?
Oh, you're elfless. In fairness, I think most people here are indeed elfless, except for Eyes Vondare, personally speaking.
Okay, I understand. Well, and that's good to know about the guests. Do I get a wider? After talking to a few people, do I get a sense what the politics of the room might be regarding like the state of Gonath at all?
Down here in the bid.
I meant up. I thought we were upstairs. Sorry.
No. You're still in the bidding room.
Okay,
sure.
That makes sense. Sorry.
Yeah. No problem. Sorry, I should have specified. But yeah, you're all still in the bidding room, and everyone's just kind of like having little flutes of champagne, and a little come down from the high of gambling with their boss's money.
Like make sure I'm with the others, and I tell Adrian. Well, I think tonight's been successful.
Adrian says, remarkably so. This, he kind of looks around, says very quietly to you, says, I mean, the information's valuable, but not 1,000,000 gold valuable.
Well,
Leora...
They don't know that.
I know they don't. I believe, the Baroness Fiorin said to me once, I don't remember exactly how it goes, but she said, people decide the value of things, essentially.
That's true.
They decided it's worth this much, and that's great for us because we're a million gold richer, and you're probably gonna look really good when you get back, don't you?
One dull old sword might be worthless to somebody, but priceless family heirloom to another.
Right, it's perspective.
Exactly. Well, I'm going to go upstairs, take a measure of the room personally, and then maybe we can talk more at the King's Grace Hotel at a private room.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Wonderful.
I'm gonna say that Holden will make his way around to each of you, and he will just kind of infer to all of you that it may be best to leave sooner rather than later, and maybe he doesn't say exactly why. And also he just kind of takes off early. He says, like, "Good job, guys. We should probably leave," and then leaves. And I think Lois, you could take away from that why. I think more than anybody why that may be.
Okay. I make my way upstairs.
And we should do that.
Okay.
I gave Holden the memory crystal. My intent was for him to consume that relatively quickly.
Okay.
Because I want to generate a second one.
Oh, I got you.
Yes.
I understand. Yeah, I'm gonna write these down. Absolutely. He will do that at your telling. This is an encoded message.
It's in code thought.
Yeah, right. Encode thought, and this was the bedroom stuff.
Yeah.
Got it.
The pre and post interview material.
Understood. Yeah, he will absorb that if you request it.
Yeah. Because before we break away from the lady from the Eyes Upon Dare, I'm going to slip her a copy of that same memory.
Okay.
I would dearly love to know who that is.
She will accept it from you and say, "Okay," and we'll do the thing. We'll stick it Dumbledore style into her head. Kind of blink a couple of times.
I don't need to know right now, but
she will say, "Interesting, huh?" You see a little smirk of a smile kind of flashes across her lip. Nothing too great, but like you kind of perceive it. And she says, "I had heard rumors about a Mr. Shadow. Supposed to be some kind of independent information broker in these parts, but it's been largely that's really all I know off the top of my head. But is known in these parts."
That's an excellent place to start. Thank you.
Yes, I wish I could be of more help and know more things further on.
It's a lot to ask for something very odd.
I understand. Well, thank you for running a magnificent show. It's been quite a party.
And I think I've had enough party for one night.
Excellent. Me as well. I should be getting to my carriage sooner rather than later. At which point, I think Adrian will maybe to you, Cross, because you were the speaker.
Yeah.
And says, "Did you want to give any of the bidders a send off or anything like that?" You already did. You already did a magnificent.
I already
one,
did,
but, yeah.
well, I think it's best that we all just pretend nothing happened.
Fair enough. I'll ensure that my shadows help people out of the party. Okay. And the various Adrian has a word, the shadows, they pass it along and will it'll be spread to the bidders and being like, the bid's done. We'll take you upstairs. And then we will part ways. Some of the shadows will stay if they were in good company, because this is an entertainment thing at the same time. So if they're like, we'll stay with you if you want, but if not, we will part ways. And some of the bidders do, and some of the bidders don't. The Thrash one's like, yeah, I get lost. And maybe the who else? Who would? I think our Lyrandar lady would be more than happy to have someone to celebrate with, and keeps her Fjarlan's shadow. But it's made clear that okay, the bid's over. Feel free to come up to the party. You're on the guest list. Enjoy the party, but the bid is over. Yeah. With that, you all ascend upward safely, without knowledge. Fjarlan ensures of that, with all of your plus ones. And you all just want to make your way out of the party? You're gonna just get the heck out of here?
Yeah, I'm good to scoot.
Okay. Lois is gonna take off. No problem. Does anybody want to stay? Anybody? Yep, go ahead, Cross.
I say Cross will leave.
Cross will take off. Okay, cool. Rowan Ludwig?
Holden makes good sense. So if Holden says this is a good time to leave, he's got good instincts. It's a good time to leave. So I will be leaving.
Fair enough. And Ludwig? Ludwig?
Let me think for a sec. He'll stay for. You know what? No, he'll get going. Why not? But wait 10 minutes, then go. It's not all at once.
Got it. You wait 10 minutes. You just want to make sure everything's settled, everybody's good before you leave?
Yeah, last one out, that kind of thing.
Ludwig. That's your unlucky bastard.
Wait, what?
Rowan, Cross, Lois, a couple of the other bidders find their way out of the party. The various Deneth defenders around the party, it happens very... I'll tell you what, make me a perception check, because you're looking around, you're just trying to make sure everything is chill. So let's see. Yeah, you Ludwig, yeah. Make a perception check.
God damn it.
Yep. Make sure if you're spotting what's going on.
17. I meant 17. It's not. That's a separate roll. I misclicked. I meant it's 17.
No worries. It happens subtly.
Oh, no.
Subtly enough that most people wouldn't totally notice, but you do. You see that moving easily across the floor, you're going to see one of the household defenders are going to approach the other defenders and say a very reserved, very chill word to the other defenders. I'll tell you what, make an insight check on top of this.
Seven.
Okay, so you don't notice that part. You notice them walking across the floor and talking to each other. Nothing unusual about that. And then what does grab you is, again, it happens very subtly, but two of the defenders just very casually walk up to the front door, and they close it, and they lock it. and then you see a number of defenders like out into the gardens, into the there's some fancy word for it, but basically the balcony, and begin to sort of very calmly corral the guests that are out on like the veranda, the gardens, essentially, and start bringing them in. And they come in with smiles and whatnot, as if everything's like they're like, oh, okay, what's going on, kind of thing. But you notice that like people are being sort of corralled into the space. So the front doors are locked. You notice the defenders, a handful of defenders, maybe like 4 defenders, make their way out onto the veranda, and you see, and shortly after, people begin to flow back into the house as if summoned to. Is there anything that you want to do?
Do I see any other? What was that?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Do I see any exits?
There's a number of doors. There's the door that leads upstairs. You've been shown the floor plan, basically, so you know that there's the doors that lead to the offices. There's windows if you want to do like a crash-style leave, which would be very, very loud. There is the veranda. You could try and head out to the veranda and slip around the defenders. You could just look at your defender and be like, get me out of here, and see if he can get you out of here. The world's your oyster. You could head to the upper floors, you could try and make your way to a window, but it definitely seems like they're locking things down, and the only door that remains open is the veranda door because they're bringing people in.
Okay. Question about the dragon mark and everything. Is it possible? You said that one of the details about it is that we can use the spells with nobody knows anything without them knowing it.
Yeah, for spells that say like when the casting's up, they will know that they were charmed. That cancels that. So, charm person, for example, you can charm someone and they'll be unaware that they were ever charmed. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. I apologize.
It's okay.
We'll continue in a couple minutes. My apologies.
It's okay. Go ahead. Fuck. My heart is like pounding.
All right, so the good news is not only do I think Ludwig's going to be okay, I don't think that the reason that they're stopping you, he has any knowledge of. If I'm right, I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Like I'm not even hypothesizing, I'm guessing. But I do worry if they found that something's been missing.
I'm willing to bet something's been missing.
Oh no, I'm equally likely that someone was found sleeping somewhere that they shouldn't have been sleeping.
Got it. Right. So, just remember, Ludwig legitimately doesn't know. He doesn't know. He had no idea about any of that.
The truth is the best defense.
Truth is the best defense.
You don't know anything.
He doesn't know anything. He didn't see anything. He hadn't heard anything. This was fantastic. So in the worst case scenario, you can be very honest and still walk out of there.
True, but man, it's like that, or it could be a red wedding thing. That's what I'm worried about.
I don't think so.
I might just try to. I guess someone's still with me, so I might just try to stand in a corner somewhere and,
Remember with Red Wedding,
yeah,
that was everyone in a particular faction, right? You have people from all over, from a lot of different walks, right? It would be
like,
unlikely that someone would target that many important people from that many different groups.
I mean, there are a lot of blood involved here.
If it makes
But
you
with-
feel any better, Ludwig, if you end up on
That is
somebody,
true.
I will add a name to a list, and we'll disguise as Mercer Frey, and we'll poison the entire lot of them.
Thank you.
That's not a problem.
Thank you. Yeah,
Listen, real talk, Rowan has lost her family twice. Twice. It's why she's kind of like, listen, I don't think we should strong arm the Dragers into anything. And if they don't want to, I think we ought to be okay with that because that's family. Likewise, like she gets clingy to people for obvious reasons. So if something happened to any of you at this point, Rowan would put her considerable resources. Rowan would probably end up becoming a revenge paladin.
You're building up all those muscle. You go away for a year, you build up all the muscles, take a vengeance oath, and you just come back, tear people apart.
So Batman's like a monk, shadow monk, oath of vengeance paladin, right? That's Batman, except he doesn't smite.
Yeah, kinda.
But like
he's great in all the stats. Batman has 20 in all the stats. But I think my current idea is maybe stay somewhat close to the door in case things go wrong, but maybe just play it out. It sucks for me because I'm naturally kind of a nervous person.
yeah. But you're also naturally a very honest one. So if it is what we're thinking it is, you're actually fine. And you're also so when you hear ear as a prefix, ear Drager, does that mean nobility in this world?
Yeah,
okay.
ear Drager. Then
so that means
his name is Drager.
Right. Well, and so your father's title, he's a warlord.
Yeah.
Okay, so is general like,
well,
to me that's a military title, and baron or earl or duke, those are landed titles that would be considered nobility, and military is not necessarily the same as nobility. Is that different in Karnath?
No, like the warlord is basically on its title. It's a warlord and a noble. Like you're basically one and the same.
Okay.
If my dad heard about like I am getting trouble and somebody's holding me hostage, he would dispatch his army. Like he would go to the king, he dispatch his army. Like it would be a big thing, I would believe. No.
I'm sorry, did you say his army? Dispatch his army? Your father has an army of his own.
I mean, I can't confirm that. I'm just speculating. But like when you're a warlord of Karnath, you tend to be in charge of some stuff. I'm speculating here.
Right on. Okay. But I mean, I've actually kind of wondered if your father was a military person or if he was a part of the nobility, because that term warlord seems like it
interchanges a lot in Karnath. We're very Prussian people, you know?
My apologies, folks. My apologies. We are back. Okay. Ludwig, what do you do?
Yay. I try to stand by somewhat like a wallflower close to like one of like the main doors, like me with I assume Soren is with me.
Soren is with you, and he's looking around, but he doesn't seem to notice anything.
Soren, stay with me by the doors. This may not have anything to do with us, but get ready to do something but be ready if something happens.
All right, very well.
Something's happening.
He's gonna take another look around. And this time, like, his eyes lock on to the doors and the defenders, and begins and realize that you guys are starting to get closed in. So you kind of just like let it happen.
We try to move closer to like the main doorway, or somewhat close to the main doorway, but up against the wall. That way, not in like the center of the masses, but like if we're near the door if we need to be there.
Got it. You try and stay close to the door.
Try to act cool for now.
Got it. Try to act cool.
And how far does this earring go?
120 feet, so it's not going to hit any of the other party members, unfortunately.
Shit, and all the other auctioneers are gone?
Yeah. No. Let me go check. Let's see who's sticking around. Eyes of Ondare is definitely gone. They're gone for sure. I think both Kenneth West is gone. Kenneth East remains. He seems to have lightened up. Lyrandar wanted to celebrate, I said that.
Okay.
Deneth is gone. Thrashk is gone. Yeah, it's just Kenneth East and Lyrandar seem to be around. That's about it.
Is Lyrandar near me?
No.
East? Okay.
So, as all of the doors close,
You gonna give me a heart attack, Ryan?
you see the Crimson Butcher, your host, walk out. I want to make sure I'm getting his name right. I want to post his image so that we are recalling who we're looking at. Warlord Vron Irmordok lifts his glass. He says, "A toast. I gather you all here for a most important toast. I want you to make me... Are you trying to hide your...
I am not
You're-
trying to draw attention to myself.
Make me a deception check to hide your,
Natural 20.
Ooh,
27.
Very good. You look fine, and you see as he stands in the middle, he kind of like spins around or walks about, and he's like, a toast, and carefully scans the whole crowd as he does so, personally. Incredible. He says, oh man, yeah.
What?
He says, a toast to all of you, good people of Karnath. You have all come together here with nationalistic pride. You've come here at my personal invitation. Trusted friends. So, I cheers to all of you, allies and friends. But to those of you who are not, I say to you, prepare yourself. For I propose a game, a great game indeed. There is a thief in this house. Someone who has come under the banner of trust and has taken from my store's very personal effects. And more importantly, plans and information relevant to Karnath's own security. This is a skilled thief, undoubtedly. So who could it be? Who could it be? Now, I have reconstructed in my mind the only people it could be possible to have done these things. As I've only allowed access to these locations to certain individuals, and certain individuals were seen coming and going. It is unfortunate that those people seem to no longer be present in my home. Their guilt all added the same. And so I propose this: a manhunt. I am a warlord of Karnath, and with me comes the superior power to invoke national law. And so I say this as a warlord of Karnath. Hunt now, my good friends, for the honors and glory and reward that will come with it, the thief. Bring them to me alive. Bring them to me not dead, so that I may know that it was them. But if my suspicions have gone awry and someone here would like to step forth, go right ahead. No one? No one would confess to know who the thief is? No ideas who the thief may be? He turns and looks at you, Ludwig. Many eyes turn, shift, and look in your direction. Now, Lord Ludwig Eardrager, or should I say Viceroy Eardrager of House Leora, newly appointed. I know it wasn't you, but I do believe your screams will draw the rat out all the same. Wouldn't you agree? Nothing to say. I look for one who has been in and out of each room that has been robbed, who is associated with Viceroy Ludwig de Leora. A one Viceroy Holden de Leora. Whoever finds him and brings him to me shall be rewarded thusly. In the meantime, spread the word that I have taken custody of this footman of Karnath, and that so long as Holden remains at large, so shall Ludwig remain under my grasp. And we all know how tight I can squeeze. Seize him, bring him to my special chambers. The Dunny defenders begin to flow in, and your defender draws his sword. You're muted.
Before I say it, don't do anything. I'm going to turn myself in. I'm going to get wood back to them. Before he does anything, get wood back to the others and get them. Tell the words to the others. I will present myself to the warlord. Tell them to get back here tonight and try to sort this thing out.
He grabs your wrist and, basically, picks you up and slams you onto the marble floor hard and pins you there. And as he's got you pinned, he will whisper quietly, "As you say, my lord." And then he will say loudly, he says, "I have him. Who has manacles?"
Okay.
And as the defenders sort of close in, we are going to steer away from Viceroy Ludwig. Ludwig, the reason what happened, essentially, this wasn't me picking on you. I rolled basically random encounter, and I rolled a nat 20 on the random encounter for if they would find out about the theft. So the dice decided that this was going to kick off. My apologies on that turn of luck. Sorry about that.
Mm-hmm. Just everything going up in flames. Don't worry.
Hey, the auction went great. It's over.
Oh, the auction went great. I might be screwed here in Carnath.
Yeah, we got this. We got this. Okay. As you are pinned to the floor, the Baron will say, 1,000 gold and my protection to anyone who tells me who took my things, the whereabouts of Holden, and him being brought here for justice's sake, or silence. And you will all face my wrath together if Holden is not found out. By the power vested in me as the warlord of Korth. Let them run. The real hunt begins now. We will zoom out to a much kinder, happy affair. Because no one knows what's going on. There's no way to know what's going on. Meanwhile, back at the King's Grace, things couldn't be going better. You guys step off of your carriages. Got some drinks in your hands. Holden's nowhere to be seen, unfortunately. But, you know, he's a sneaky guy. He's probably got stuff to get up to. And the other three of you have much to celebrate. You have gone above and beyond here. What would you like to do with yourselves?
If we are back at the inn, isn't it the same inn that Dorian DeCanneth was staying at? If I recall.
Kenneth East, yes.
Kenneth West.
I'd say you actually see him step off of his carriage behind yours, so you arrive at pretty much the same time.
I would like to approach him, please.
Well, certainly. You approach him. He looks like, a bit stiff, a bit anxious, and he looks at you and says, Lady Rowan. And he'll politely give a small bow of the head. He'll say, may I compliment you on a fine evening? I've never been to any sort of event like that before, but it was most well adjudicated and very entertaining. So thank you.
Thank you for being a part of it. Can I buy you a drink?
Yes.
Can we just talk?
Yes.
Like you can call me Rowan and I'll call you Dorian and we'll just talk.
That sounds excellent to me.
Yeah.
If you're certain, I'm sure you must have much to celebrate with your friends.
I do. But if I had a personal stake in this thing, it's not quite done yet. So let's have that drink.
Very well. And he will walk with poise all the way up to the bar, in which he kind of slumps into like a bar stool and orders something strong. And it's brought to him, and he orders two of them, in fact, and he puts the first one back pretty quickly. And we'll look at you and say, expensive trip to return empty-handed.
And that, my friend, is what I wanted to talk to you about. That language you're using about you coming home empty-handed, because that ain't what happened. Politically,
Yes.
You did something extraordinary. And when you go framing it to Jorlana, you ought to frame it that way. And it isn't like she doesn't know me. I know what I saw, and I have a better vantage of what's going on inside of House Cannith than maybe everybody else that was in the room. Cannith is expected to win. He didn't expect an alliance. In truth, I did expect the alliance with Lyrandar and the Eyes because it made sense. I did not expect the alliance with East and Thrashik, and that was my bad, my friend. I should have seen that coming, and I didn't, and that was my bad. And so if I failed you in my counsel, please accept my humble apologies.
No. It makes sense that alliances were being formed. Made sense. We were looking one for me anyway, so we should have expected that other people would do the same.
If I may suggest, because I've put a little bit of thought into it, there is, I think, a couple of things that Kenneth could get out of this from the eyes of Ondair specifically. They do a lot of investigating, and especially like with the things going on with the airship and such, they come into contact with all kinds of Kenneth designs, right? Now, I don't know if we already have rules for that, but if not, it would certainly be lovely to it would be lovely of them to agree that anytime they came up with Kenneth plans, that they were returned to the West.
Yes. Well, it is a fair point. We do have a favor of sorts with the Knights. Nothing that I suppose they need to uphold, but I doubt that they would wish to keep bad blood with us, considering they need us for the production of Lyrandar airships. So that is true. It's a good point.
Also, there is something else that the eyes need Kenneth for, so they might as well play nice. At some point, people are going to interrogate Kara, and they're going to find out that she was not the mastermind behind this, that it goes deeper than just her, right? You don't think that she was the one who made the magic. You don't think that she's the one trying to manipulate things. She's just a pawn. She's another rung on the ladder.
I'm sure I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't have it in me to believe. Like, that would be great. I would love that. Like, they get her and they got their guy, and
what makes you certain that
she's not?
She wasn't the ringleader.
Because her history is pretty public, and she does not have the money to buy that kind of magic or the acumen to create the kind of magic that would have done what happened to the airship. She doesn't have it herself, and that means she has to have somebody with deeper pockets than hers, or somebody with a lot more magic than she's got, which means she's not the end all of this chain. She can't be.
Fair enough.
The eyes of Ondair are going to need Kenneth. They don't realize they need it because they're investigators, but what they are not are artificers. What they are not are people who understand the science and the physics behind what's actually happening. Now, Kenneth is not going to simply allow them, they're not going to allow people to give, like, we're not going to give specs out. That would be ridiculous. But by not giving out those specs, it does slow down the investigation. So maybe reading Kenneth West in onto the investigation into the airship, which also allows Kenneth to keep an eye on that. After all, it wasn't just Kenneth Tech. Kenneth lost a high seneschal and one of our great artificers. Again, our family took a hit. So
yes, far too many hits in the last decade or so.
I'm doing what I can. I am not in the middle of these negotiations, right? And I got all other, but I feel like what I have to offer is valuable. So I wanted to put it in your hands, because that look on your face and the slump in your shoulders is all like, oh, I just spent 300,000 for nothing. And you did not, my friend. That was a huge political victory, and you should walk like it.
Make a persuasion check. I'll say take advantage, because you make a lot of good points.
I rolled an 18 and a 20. So I believe that's going to be a 25, but my mouse has fucked off. and I have to change the battery. So give me a second before I can
No,
switch.
you're good. On that 20, you succeed. You're good. He all mights basically, and just like his chest comes. No, he doesn't do that. It's not that crazy. But he does like consider what you say and nods and says, "Make fair points. Kenneth is not known for its espionage abilities. And we certainly could use some of that with our political rivals. So, I'll have to go and doubly confirm, I suppose, with the eyes of Aldair, but you're right. You're right. Perhaps investment with Aldair itself.
People have been wondering what House Leora does. This conversation right here.
Therapy?
These are the services I offer. I'd like to think that I am someone who is very good at making things work. And if I can ever be of service in the future, I hope you will not be a stranger, Dorian. Congratulations on a hell of a victory. And she will put her shot back.
He'll tink you and you'll take it, and you definitely see the shoulders back a little more. You've made him feel a little bit more like a hero, a little bit more like a success than he thought he was, and yeah, you're finding yourself skilled in the ways of Leora, apparently. Very good. Yeah, you see the look sort of change on his face, and to spin it properly for Zolona, and he remarks that he is going to confirm with our Eyes of Elendare, our representative. I got a lot of hand-ups to go through. But nonetheless is going to go find her and confirm, what is owed. But again says, well, thank you, I have to go see Sira. And I think I'll go do that now. It would be good to confirm before I have to get on a train tomorrow.
Indeed. Good luck.
Thank you very much. And he will head upstairs. Loisana and Viceroy Cross, what are you guys doing?
Ross would actually like to talk to Lois.
Perfect.
Loisana, might I speak to you privately upstairs?
Oh, absolutely. I am
Opinion on something.
sure.
We head upstairs.
Absolutely.
Cross will take out the notes that Shell took on the map of Corvair that had all the cool, fun military pins in it. You come across as someone rather clued in on the, let's say, pulse of Corvair. What do you make of these plans?
Well, I'm of two minds. I noticed them when we were doing our initial walkthrough. I think that they are in part a demonstration of ego. As opposed to something active and working. And I don't know the warlord beyond some very light public reputation, but it's my impression that he has been reasonably successful, hence the title Warlord, hence his authority here within the capital. It puts him in a seat of power close to the seat of power. If those were active events, things that were truly planned, they wouldn't be put in some place where they could be accidentally seen.
I did wonder about the possibility of them being red herrings intended to.
I don't even necessarily think that they're necessarily red herrings designed to, try to suck somebody in. If that happens, I think it's probably a case of, a happy coincidence because my enemy is stupid. So much as trying to make my enemy be stupid. I think that they represent wishes, what could have beens, um, pie in the sky, things that stroke the ego, that makes him happy to see it when he goes up to the third floor where his information is stashed away. It is designed to give him a visual feel good. That's my impression. Now, I'm not a military person by any shape or measure. Gnomes fighting wars, you just don't see happening.
There was one thing. I happened to speak with someone involved in the military in the at the gala, and they seemed to have a feeling that while there wouldn't be any, I said there wouldn't battles when there's a recent skirmish, but that's by the by, that the next war would be one fought more quietly. No pitched battles with army against army, but more, I don't know, subtle jabs beneath the table. And I don't know if those pins in the all around Fairhaven are intended to be points at which Carnath wished to jab at Onde, or if the very act of showing us that is intended to be relayed back to Onde and act as provocation. I mean, he knows where they traveled from, presumably.
Those are all certainly possible. I don't know. I don't know what kind of chess player the warlord is. I'm assuming that he has got to be moderately good. In that, he's got plans within plans, moves ahead on the board, but given how public it was, given how, despite whatever leverage House Fjarlin had to get access, it was out there in public. It's anybody would be a little bit crazy to take it at its most face value. His nom de guerre gives the impression that he is not a he is not a Cold War general, that he prefers his war very hot and very bloody.
Perhaps. I
Um,
can't help but feel that it's compromising in that, given that we have seen it, we may either inform on there, since a lot of those pins are located on there, or we
I,
say nothing, which would then
I, I,
inform upon our loyalties, shall we say.
I think that it is certainly worth passing on, but with context. Uh, we have an inroad with the eyes of Ander, so we can we can provide the information and the context by which we got it. That it was out there, visible to the public, in a space that was specifically set aside for our use. So we were clearly meant to have seen it.
I don't even want to use the word public. That was still his private estate. He
Well,
really gave us
that's
the room.
he gave it.
Certainly
He
intended for us to see. I will give you that.
So we know that he's a successful general, which means he is to a degree clever. But, you know, some of the Carnathi warlords were quite happy to stack bodies to the point that they needed them to get up so they could stack them a second time or a third time. So I don't know how deep a thinker he is. And for our small fledgling house, I don't think we're in a position to understand that we can parlay what we've seen and in what context we've seen it. And that may be his entire play too, as far as that's concerned. It may be, does, you know, does the Onder shift its resources so it's more protected or more observant in those spaces, so it's less observant elsewhere.
That is my thinking.
You know, I think if we let the eyes know what was on the map and the context, we let on dare do with that information as they will. It's we don't have the background or resource at this point to know what kind of man this particular warlord is and what his background and history track is. I mean, beyond that, he's successful and he's located near the throne and the seat of power, which means he has, degrees of influence, but the Carnathi are happy to meat grinder. I mean,
Yeah,
at least that's my understanding. So,
in my limited experience, those who know war or are in the military fall into one or two camps. Those who wish for war to never spark again, and those who would do anything to ensure that it does happen again. And
I I would be willing to bet that he is absolutely in camp two.
I agree. And so I feel a certain reluctance to pass on this information to on there. I can't help but feel as if stepping into something that would, if I can't see it, it's full boning, is it not?
I and that's that is a reasonable take to have. That being said, perhaps there is a another way to diffuse part of part of this particular problem. Um, Let me run the thought by you. Uh, I have some contacts in the publishing world. Perhaps some loose fiction where those details become a piece of plot, and all it has to do is be reasonably successful, at which point you have nonsense that is out there. If it truly was secret information, well, it's out there in public, and what stupid person would do that? And if it is a ruse to draw, it is also diffused.
The thought does amuse. I think I like that course of action. If nothing else, how that information was used, perhaps that in turn will be an answer.
Well, I I think that may be the best way to put the information in the public space without having to tip the hand in either direction.
Hmm.
I want to make a very, very quick interlude in your conversation. Wherever you guys are, I'm going to say um, he's not here, so I'm just going to say that he has left the on dare information for you guys, just so that like it's in play for Leora, and I don't think that would contradict what he would want. So we'll say that like if you guys are in Lois's room, you just
Yeah.
find the stack of stuff that you guys can do with what you will. But please continue. Just wanted to say that information's in play.
Okay.
Oh, is that like from Fialan?
No, this is the stuff that Holden took from.
Oh, right, yeah.
Tonight, yeah.
Well, that's funny for Crossy has no idea what the hell that is.
Yeah. You would though, Lois, because I believe you ran into him during the shenanigans.
Yeah. Uh, and she'll tap the pile of paper, and beyond the notes that you have, we acquired some other pieces.
Who's we in that equation?
Yeah. I located several caches when we did the initial walkthrough of the warlord's household, and Holden revisited those locations uh, during the party before the auction.
This is quite the take.
It needs sifting, but again, it can be turned into a public fiction, which is a little bit embarrassing if it's secret you know secret warlord plans that are just out there in public as a piece of fiction.
Well, we have time. I'd love to have a little sift through and see.
Absolutely. I haven't seen any of it other than knowing that Holden was was busy. um,
You guys want to know what's in that little packet?
Yeah.
yeah, we'll give it a flip through. We
Okay.
have time.
Fantastic. Okay. There is two sections of the information here. The first of which is okay, so you open up this one folder, and it holds many letters. Yeah, they are dozens of them are sealed. Do you care to unseal? Like, will you unseal them?
Yeah, absolutely. And
Cool. Hard
uh,
to seal, no problem.
I've actually got proficiency and the tool set for thieves' tools, so I'm going to leave the seals intact, but cut under the seals. And I also have talent at a forgery kit, so I would
I
imagine
possess
that.
the forgery kit, so between the two of us, we could
I'm not
certainly
gonna make
like.
you guys roll. Yeah, you guys figure it. You guys have like a bonding moment where you're like breaking into sealed government letters together, and you're like, okay, so dozens of sealed letters, scandalous correspondences, and signed confessions from nobles, generals, and even priests. Not just in Karnath, but in other nations as well. Information you suspect was not easily obtained. You see one that is particularly interesting is a signed contract from a prominent House Denith commander admitting to selling out a border town during the last war under the table against the rules of his own house. You would know, like, contextually, it's against his own house to have done so. It was profiteering, pure and simple. There was the crystal that he handed you, and you find out that it's an audio crystal that is a confession of a unknown member of King Caius III's inner circle discussing Bol's sympathies. You don't know who it is, but it's a recording, so the right person could identify the voice very easily. And this is probably a pretty prominent person given the contents. You see what is essentially like a true list of the dead of an event known as the Red Gorge Massacre. And what is interesting is that it's like marked off for individuals who are accounted for as members of the dead, but officially were never there. So basically people on record who have just disappeared and nobody really knew that they died there. Moving along, the masks that you guys got, the ones that were like masks, the masks from, there's a lot of stuff from his room that doesn't make sense. There's a mask. You open up a journal. It seems to be written in blood and in a strange language. Do either of you understand the language of giant?
I have access to comprehend languages and will use it.
Understood. You unencode, you decipher this journal, and you realize that this is Vron's private journal, and it has fears and doubts and personal prophecies about his own downfall. It's nothing about strategy. It's nothing about private. It's nothing technical. It's very like the inside of his mind, kind of the things he fears and so on. That would take some time to read. There is, again, a withered white rose preserved under glass. Don't know what that's about. And last is a sketch of a young boy. And those are the most mysterious objects, along with the journal. The journal is pretty easy to figure out as you've decoded it, but those are the most mysterious objects. The first ones are pretty thoroughly like blackmail. Pure and simple. It's a ton of blackmail.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is.
This needs to go right now. Like out of Karnath right now.
That's so much blackmail.
Oy vey.
Yeah, dozens. Like,
is there a train? It's a lightning rail departing soon because I'll happen. I could not leave Karnath.
That's exactly
enough.
my thought. Is when is the absolute next train? And if it's in 5 minutes, we're exactly 3 minutes too late.
If you guys, so two options. Because you rented some really nice rooms here, you have you have like personal access to a Civis messaging station. But if you wanted to head down to the station, which isn't too far, it's only like 2 blocks away, you could head right to the House Orion Enclave at the Lightning Rim station for a courier to transport it, a private courier to transport it.
I'm liking that idea.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
All right. You guys down the stairs like 2 kids. Like
and more importantly, when we go, it's going to be divvied. I'm going to have some of it. Frost will have some of it.
I'll take off. Yeah.
Understood.
So it's not all of the eggs in one basket.
Understood. You you make your way out. Are you guys looking like? Do you think your characters are looking conspicuous doing this, or are you guys just like nonchalant, whatever, walk out?
I'm going to calm emotions myself.
You'll catch Cross probably in that radius if you want, because it's an orb, right?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely an orb.
It's a mark. I can easily see like, oh, it's using the mark. Got it.
Oh, you're using the mark. Okay.
Yeah.
Use the mark.
Yeah, you guys are like, oh my god. Okay, we're chill. Like that's
okay,
cool. Let's go. All right, you begin to walk out. You'll see Rowan, who is finished up with her conversation at the bar as you guys are making a beeline for the door. Any interaction there? Hi. Bye.
Just heading out for 5 minutes. We won't be long.
It is impressive how much of a pit I'm getting stuck in. It's just getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And I'm feeling the heat of the Earth's core. Part of me wants to dig up, but no, keep digging. I want to see how far this goes. Damn it!
All right. Yes, Rob.
Now, as they walk, if they wave to her, she would wave to them. If they didn't wave to her, she might like look over. She wouldn't go chasing after them. She's busy doing other shit. I mean, she's like legitimately, she's got her mind on other shit.
Yeah, fair enough. It seems like you receive a polite wave from Lois and Cross, who are very calm. by the way.
Yeah.
Exit the establishment.
Not a whiff. Like there's no mist from Cross's face.
Yep, just super
Totally
chill.
chill.
So chill. You okay. You guys make your way heading down the street towards the Orion station. Is there I'm going to circle back to you, Ludwig, in a second, but I want to just check because these guys are traveling. Rowan, was there anything else you wanted to do in the King's Grace?
It's okay. Take your time.
Yeah, I thought this was going to be
Yeah,
a chill session too, but
if everything is done with Dorian,
yeah, you're done with Dorian, yeah.
then I guess I'm gonna maybe sit and have a drink with Lena, and just chill out and relationship build.
Just have a dope time. Yeah, no
Yeah.
problem. You sit back and just, chill out. No problem at all. And you're going to do so for a little while. Without issue. Let's see here. I'm going to check on something. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, and you chill for a while. You two clink glasses. Have a good time. I think there will be. Let's see here. Okay. You, Rowan, are going to be the lucky recipient first wave of Seekers for one Holden, because the first place they're going to look is where you've been notably staying for the last little while. Let's see who walks in, because funny enough, it's probably going to be some... Okay. They would be the most tenacious. Walking in, you're going to see a gentleman who has about 4 dudes with him. They are armed pretty well.
Okay.
Mercenary, clearly. They're not wearing any liveries of any kind. Except for... No, they're wearing livery, but nothing like tabard, nothing formal. They all wear this almost like metal-looking black hound insignia on their shoulder pauldrons or somewhere across their chests. And the central one, who is fully armored in plate, is going to look around, look at your table. There's this immediate what the hell are these guys? They're pretty heavily armed. Who are these guys? And they walk up to your table and kind of do the mafia thing, right? They all kind of surround the table up against the thing here and there, and seemingly the lead guy is going to sit down heavily at your table, and he's going to say, "What a night," and take your defender's glass and smell it and have a drink. Be like, "It's good stuff. It's been a night of good stuff, hasn't it?"
And she'll call to the bartender for more, and then look and say, "You did not come here for the pleasure of my company. You look like a man who's at work. So what can I help you with, sir?"
Nonsense. I came here for the pleasure of your company, but especially the pleasure of your friends. I come on behalf of the Crimson Baron, and I am the fastest. So I expect I'll not be the first person you speak to tonight, but I will certainly perhaps be the most polite, because I am not Carnathan. I am looking for your good friend, Viceroy Holden. I am told that he is in possession of property that belongs to the Baron, and he very much wants it back. So, where can I find this individual?
All right. So I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. The very last time that I saw Holden was when I left the estate, the Crimson Baron's estate. I have not seen him since. I do not know that he has been back to his rooms. His rooms are upstairs. I'm sure the people will let you into his rooms. I assure you, I have no idea where he is going because, in truth, I expected him to be sitting at this table with me right now.
He nods two of the guys over to the table as you have directed them to the rooms, and they begin to make their way over, very much throwing around their weight as like a, like give me what I. It's a very intimidation tactics kind of. And he says, "Well, I want you to make a persuasion check, please, first and foremost," as he gets a read on you.
Absolutely. 16.
16. He says, he nods and says, "Well, I appreciate your honesty. I'll take a look around." Excellent. Well, I will leave it at that, as I know you guys are dragon marked. Nobody messes with dragon marked houses. You make good money, and hey, I might need your services one day. So, in exchange, I'll be the first to tell you that, what was his name? Ludwig? He's in the Crimson Baron's hospitality still, but quite the inverse of what we enjoyed tonight. I do believe his face was on the marble floor back at the manor last I left. So, that is my payment back to you. And if you should know Holden, I expect you will be so kind as to let me know.
Is there a way I can get a hold of you?
Oh, I'm sure you can afford a Civis message. It's Crass Blackfang's the name. Captain Crass Blackfang of the Iron Hound Mercenaries.
It does
Good
help
luck.
to have a name. Thank you.
Certainly. He stands up and he'll down his drink, put it on the table, and he says, "Have a good night. And like I said, I'm probably not going to be the first person around, so if I were you, I'd prepare for a headache. Good evening." And the grizzled old mercenary will sort of walk over to his men, and they begin to march up the stairs. And your defender just kind of shrugs. Never boring.
Never boring. Here's the thing. I have no idea where Holden is. And whatever it is that was taken, I have no idea whether Holden took it or not. But I know he wasn't the only one in that room, or that he wasn't the only one who wasn't supposed to be there. Right? There's this shit. There were names. There were names that we couldn't account for on that list. Right?
Oh, the Thurani guy. Right, the missing Thurani.
Yeah.
Or
And the thing
creeper,
about it,
Creature.
the thing about a Thurani is you would assume they would be, skilled at not being seen. And particularly if they're not waving around a title like Viceroy.
Mm.
I'm just saying.
I punch people when you tell me to here.
No, I'm.
I wish I could
I have no
I wish I
idea
could
what's happening.
combat you at this level, but I punch people when you tell me.
Something I love that about you.
Oh, thanks.
Did you want me to put in a word, by the way, with the
A
marshals
word?
for you? Assuming I live tonight? You said you wanted to be a marshal. Like, you were amazing. You saved my life.
okay.
Should I give you a reference or something? Is that how that works?
This I can deal with. And she's like, this I get. Listen, I've got your back. You're not going to die tonight, okay? First things first, when you're in a battle, rally your allies. Let's go find your allies. How's that?
Should I go? And she looks at her dress. Should I go put on, pants?
I think you look great. She just shrugs at you.
So we don't think I need a breastplate? All right.
I leave that in your hands.
All right. Lois and Cross left. I watched them leave. Ludwig is enjoying the hospitality of the warlord. And I don't know where they went. So rallying the troops right now means staying here and being visible and being calm.
Okay.
All right, let's have another drink.
All right. Very cool. We will hop to you, Ludwig. Here, Drager.
No, it's okay. You can go back. I'm sure I'm doing okay. Just sitting in a corner somewhere in a dark, dank cell somewhere. Just
No, you're in a very luxurious
Dank cell.
stay cell. In fact, you're back in the auction space. And
did I see Adrian leave earlier tonight?
yeah, I'll say you saw Adrian leave. He had to go prepare the information transfer, so he was like, once everybody was out of the basement, he left with the rest of the people. So I think yes, he saw him leave. You you are sitting in the basement where the auction took place. You have been disarmed. Your mask is gone. Your gun overcoat, it's gone. You have two defenders who are like standing in the room, watching you. The door will creak open. You see the Crimson Butcher sort of enter down the long hallway. He sort of takes off his dinner coat and kind of hangs it on like the sword of a statue as he walks down the way and begins to like roll up his sleeves and looks at you with like a smile. He doesn't look upset. He actually looks quite happy. And he says, "Listen, I respect the game. I know you are working for your Fjarlund, right? So I don't hold any of this against you personally. I hope you know that."
I understand. Good. I understand, Lulu. I understand, sir.
And perhaps we might do business one day. I could see myself needing the services of a diplomatic house, and Civis is so far away. They're a little obtuse. So who knows? And look at you, you're in the spy business, huh? yes, spying diplomats. How perfect.
On the contrary, sir, tonight I was in the security business, and I've tonight you spoke of earlier. The truth is, if you simply went up to me and asked and told me that there was a problem, I would have immediately came to you. There was no need for such a show. But I'm here. I actually planned on seeing you after. That's quite impressive showing, by the way.
Well, and he'll maybe like drag a seat over and kind of sit in front of you, sort of fold his arms, look at you. He says, "Well, let's hear what you had to say before we begin. The tone will probably change exceptionally. So let's get this out of the way. What do you say?" "You wanted to compliment me on my masquerade. I'm not usually one for throwing parties. I took most of my recommendations from Eberron. Don't worry, I didn't tell them about you or your auction. No, we're being very deeply honest, right? We're both going to be very honest with each other."
I'll be honest, as honest as the best of my ability, the best of my knowledge, certainly.
Excellent. So, let's hear it. Where's all my shit?
I genuinely do not know. No, Lord Irmordak.
Hands up, moves the chair out of the way. He goes, "You say so." He fits his foot under the support bar of your chair and just pushes it upward until you just fall straight back into the pool of water in the middle of the room and find yourself like waterlogged under there and sort of like dunked into the water. I want you to make me a con save. For how long you stay there?
10
10. What's your con mod?
plus modifier without proficiency.
Yeah,
3.
a 3. So you can do this for 3 minutes. So you hold your breath pretty well, and he holds you there for like 2 minutes. And to your credit, if this is what you would do, of course, you like, despite your lungs beginning to burn after like a minute 30, you stay calm in the seat. But it's at 2 minutes that your instincts and your body take over, and you begin thrashing wild, like the best of your ability, to try and get air around the 2 minute mark. And he will, at about 10 seconds in, have the defenders pull you up, and you gasp for air, but you're still sort of leaned back on the chair. And he's like holding you by the shirt, and he says, "Still don't know anything?"
I do not know the
Charisma
locations. By the blood, I swear that I do not know the locations of these documents you claim are missing. But I can tell you something.
All right.
You did a very good job at security tonight, Lord Mordak. But I'm afraid there is something you missed.
Mm-hmm.
There was an unwelcome guest in the building that I learned of just tonight before the auction.
Right.
There was a member. There was someone not on the guest list. A member of House Lorani, who goes by the title of the Creature. I thought I would go to you later this evening with this information but the auction got in the way, and the moment it was over, well, all this happened. I cannot tell you what happened to your documents, sir, but I know that much.
I want you to make me a deception check.
I'm not lying, technically.
You do, in fact, know that Holden took the documentation.
No, I would not know that.
Holden said that he told the rest of the party.
I don't think I did.
Am I wrong? If I'm
No,
wrong,
I don't
Holden told me, but I didn't share it with anybody else.
Okay. My apologies.
Only
Lois knows. Make me a persuasion check then.
Okay. I'm going to use my commander's presence feature to boost that. To boost that up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'm going to use my commander's presence feature to boost that 13 up a little bit.
Okay.
So let me look for its presence. It's a D. Yeah, it's a D8. So that should be a 16.
16. He looks at you, pulls you back until your forelegs are firmly on the ground. He does not seem to dunk you again.
Thank you for the drink, Lord Mordak.
You're a polite little shit. You would have done well in my company. He will say, "So, how do you know about this Thruani agent not on the guest list? And do you claim, is it, by the way, your claim that they stole the documentation and not your good Holden?"
I do not know if they stole the documentation, but I know there was an irregularity tonight.
And that was the irregularity?
The Thorani individual known as the Creature.
Anything else?
Ludwig rolls his head back, thinks for a moment, and says, "The auction went well."
Good to hear. Things went well. Tell me everything you know about.
About Holden?
Yeah, I'm looking for him after all, and I'm pretty fucking sure that he took everything, unless there was someone wearing the same costume as him, had the same guest by his side the whole time. My defenders noted him coming and going from the very places where the information was stolen from.
I do not know what Holden did tonight. Honestly, strangely enough, don't know too much about Holden himself. We met on the Golden Dragon, did you know? Did I mention that?
No. I heard that your mark was produced most irregularly.
You could say that.
Uh,
You don't plan on having a dragon mark?
I guess not in your case. Well, it would have been a lot more fun if you were more withholding of information. This has been far, well, too diplomatic. Shouldn't be surprised.
Diplomacy is what I hope is what I hope the stock and trade our house evolves into, Lord Edom Mordak.
Well, we'll see how your friends play their hand to get you back. Won't we?
I'll be waiting here until for the near future, it seems.
Now, I have to say, I hope you understand as a man has to maintain this reputation. You understand, and it's a professional courtesy that I damage you a little bit more, especially for all your friends to hear. We need to make sure that Fjarlan hears about, well, how we shouldn't be crossed, considering you're here upon their patronage. I need to send a little message, you know?
I promise you, Lord Mordak. There's a good chance. I can't say for sure, but there's a good chance this whole thing might turn out to be a big misunderstanding.
There's a very good chance. But a man has a reputation to keep. So, don't worry. It's very reasonable of you, Viceroy. I hope I get to work with you in the future. Now, I promise no one will hurt you until I make the call downstairs. So, sit tight. And he will stand up, kind of clap your cheek twice. And he will leave. And he'll look at the defender and be like, dry him off, for fuck's sake.
And the last thing the Lord Mordak says, it has been an honor, Lord Mordak.
He turns around and looks at you, kind of laughs and sort of shakes his head to himself, like you just surprise him. Your politeness is very surprising for him. He kind of takes that. He's like, oh, interesting. Now he's gonna head upstairs, and the defenders will stay present. We'll swap around to Loisana and Cross. You two make it to the Orion station, easy enough. And you wish to have a package delivered to where?
Well, on the way there, Lois will put up. I have two suggestions. We send two packages to different groups of folks. I'm going to send one package to the Cronenberg Chronicle editor with a little note. Please hold on to this for me. The other one we send to the Madani lawyer in Fairhaven.
I feel like time sending dubiously obtain documents to a lawyer is a terrible idea.
Do you have somebody else that you can send it to that's reasonably secure that will keep it sacrosanct?
Only back to Demesne, but if you
She's our lawyer.
Very well, we'll send it to Madani.
We just put a step onto it. Hey, hold on to this. We'll pick it up in a couple of days. Here's that way. It's covered by whatever privilege may or may not exist.
Very well, I'll send this to Marina Madani.
Oh, he's sending it to the newspaper. That's great. Oh my god. That's incredible. Okay. Fantastic. To Korenberg at that. Okay. I'm just figuring out your prices here real quick. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a much more chill session. Okay, now I have to figure out how much all this shit costs. I figured out the distances. Lois, I'm going to just say that yours is covered because, the newspaper will cover you for newspaper-related expenses. You'll of course have to explain, why you do certain things. I skip over the ones that make sense. If this one doesn't get out, they'll be like, "Hey, why do we have a bill for like a couple dozen gold?"
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Okay. Let's see here. We are looking for communication. You guys are looking for the courier service because you want it protected. So it's a silver a mile. So that's going to be... That is going to be... God damn. I'm a lightning round too. That's going to be 56 gold, 5 silver to get it to Fairhaven.
I got it.
I was going to say I had it, but okay.
It's like a day's pay, whatever.
Right.
Much more expensive to get it all the way to Korenberg, but like I said, that'll be covered. If you want to know, just for fun's sake, it's not too hard to figure out. The trip to Korenberg would have been 220 gold, 5 silver, but they will. So you'll have to explain the 220 gold piece bill eventually, but that's okay. Piece bill.
But now it's headed in different directions. Good.
That's true. So the one you'll be hiring one courier essentially. It's actually a good point.
No. We want 2 couriers.
You specifically want to purchase 2 couriers. Okay, cool.
Because
they will say like, "Oh, sure. Do you want it staggered? Like, do you want one of them to wait for another rail to come through?"
Not necessary.
Same train.
Same train is fine, but
Okay.
we want 2 vectors, not all the eggs in one basket.
Got it. Well, so just so you know, they will be on. We'll put both couriers on the same train. One will get off at Fairhaven, and one will continue on to Korenberg.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, fantastic. They will happily accept your gold, and will either package it for you or give you the box to package it yourself. They will magically, they'll seal it, like wax seal it, but like with House Orion protections on it, so that like if it is unsealed, like it'll be beyond any reasonable doubt that it was unsealed. And they give you the House Orion assurance that it will make it to its destination. Thank you for purchasing House Orion services. There, beauty. You guys watch the train leave and know that your information is on the speed rail the fuck out of the court.
Okie dokie.
Well,
That's a giant hot potato that I didn't necessarily see coming.
I agree.
Wait till you guys meet Rowan again.
Time will turn in, I think.
I think that sounds like a fantastic idea.
Oh shit, that's fun.
You guys go get a good night's sleep. I'm just having a nice swim.
We did it. We did a good thing.
Great day.
And this was a successful day. And you guys turn around, head back. You like high five in the air, and yeah, head back to the King's Inn. In which Rowan, you're with your third group of individuals who have approached you. There was at one point this one captain, this battalion soldiering captain who like threatened to arrest you and everything, but you managed to you talked him through it and you said the same thing, gave him the same line. In fact, at the current moment, you find yourself speaking to a colonel. Surprising. You're like, wow. Yeah. He will, and he's like, and this guy's like being a lot, to the point where your like defender's like in front of you, and you're like hand on his chest. And he says, what does he say? What does he say? Doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I misread what it was here. No. This guy's actually he's probably the nicest guy at your table. I read that entirely wrong. And he's like talking to you in your Cannith sensibilities, and he seems to give you enough knowledge that he seems to like know House Cannith pretty well, seems to be pretty Cannith aligned. And it's just clearly trying to butter you up, like very, very clearly. Like you're not. There's not anything hidden there. And he goes, so I used to work with the East, with all of their good works, but I was caught, you see, for shall we say, giving information to another contender I thought was more aptly suited for the barony of House Cannith. Now, I think we could work together. It is you are known to be good with Cannith. I could see your dragon. You're an heir of House Cannith. Why don't we just be honest with each other? You help me. Helping me is helping Cannith. So why don't we just? And at this point, Lois and Cross come in the door, and you guys see definitely probably more. I don't want to say haggard, but like maybe a little more frazzled than when you left. And is Yes, go ahead, Rowan.
As soon as she sees them, Rowan's going to turn on the charm with this guy and say, all right, I have a problem and maybe you can help me with it.
Right.
I'm going to tell you what I've told everyone else. And I'm going to let you do what everybody else has done. And when you come to the same conclusion that everyone else has come to, maybe you can help me come up with a better solution for the warlord. Because here's the thing. The last time that I saw Holden was actually at the manor. I did expect to see him. We were going to have a celebratory drink. That's a thing that people do when we had reason to celebrate, except he's not here. This is a problem because you very clearly want to see him. Now, I have not been up into his room. Please feel free to go look through it. Everybody else has. Please feel free to speak to anyone you would like to speak to if you can find his whereabouts. And trust me, I will not stop you from trying to find him. Now, what I would like is to find a way to convince your warlord, at least, that not me and not any of the people that I have assembled here know what's going on. And we would love to be able to help him. But perhaps we can turn the temperature down a little bit. So is he interrogating Ludwig right now? Do I need to find a paladin who can cast Zone of Truth? Because there are some very simple ways to make sure that the people that I'm telling the truth and that Ludwig is telling the truth, right? There's some very easy ways to make it clear to everyone that we're being honest. And if you believe that I'm being honest, then maybe we can move this to a more constructive place, because there's something you want, and I'm not actually trying to stop you from getting it.
Yes. Fine. And we'll kind of get a little frustrated to go to do the same thing that everyone's done: is go to the reception, get the information. As he does so, I'll say Lois and Cross, as you see, like Kenneth, like letting this person down easy, sort of moving past you rather quickly, but then kind of turning and noticing who you are. You're going to see Ludwig's defender, Sarath. Soren, excuse me.
Sorath is Holden's defender.
Sorath is Holden's, who is also gone. Soren kind of sees you all and goes, "Oh, good, you're all here. Sorry it took so long."
Sit. Settle. We'll talk in a moment, right?
Yeah, he'll
Things
sit
are-
and he'll drink some water. And
Things
then
are-
say hard.
Things are really crazy right now, and I don't want anyone reacting to anything. The warlord is apparently having a moment, yes? So the first thing we need to be thinking about is how to get Ludwig back. Holden isn't here. I got no idea where the guy is. And I got no idea what it is that he wants.
Well,
But I do know it's awfully convenient that they just happen to think that we are responsible for this. It is a huge pain in the ass.
so as Lois and Cross, you're sitting down and trying to figure out what your next move is, how to get Ludwig back. We are going to take our break. It is that time, back in 15, 20 minutes. When we return, we'll see how we're going to get good Ludwig back in the scene.
I cannot wait until Ludwig gets a chance to talk to Holden again.
Hey, Holden. All right, we'll be right back, folks.
Oh no, did someone steal your stuff? That's so unfortunate. What a shame.
That creature play from House Lorani was like the only thing I thought I could think of that might have saved me.
That's your time, that's for sure. All right. Top back to it. Cross, Lois, and Rowan, you sit around a slightly uncomfortable table with Ludwig's defender.
Soren.
Soren, that's right.
So,
how do we get him back?
If you don't mind, I'm just because we're all sitting down at the table, just wanting to make sure we're all on the same page. Apparently some things were stolen from the warlord, and the warlord believes these things that were stolen by Holden. I have not seen Holden since we left the manor. I know nothing of this. They are very, very upset. He's also holding on to Ludwig, I guess, for safekeeping.
Leverage, more like, sounds like.
Oh, I figure.
I look at Lois.
Well, Holden
If I can tell you,
came upstairs before the auction, and had mentioned he had been accosted by some pale person who intimated that they had old private knowledge about Holden and that sort of thing. I was able to to get a brief glimpse of the individual. But when I saw Holden, he didn't have anything at that particular point.
All right. The first thing we need to do is get Ludwig back. Now, my initial thought is find someone who can cast his own truth, bring them, let Ludwig speak his truth. We know he's not a problem. We are being cooperative. There's no reason to hold him hostage.
I mean,
isn't he a noble's son? Like, you're not. Isn't this like against all the noble rules? Like, you're not supposed to behave this way?
Well,
I guess things are
maybe
different.
yes, maybe no. In some circles, kidnapping and
they follow the Code of Caius, and let's just say doling out rapid and severe punishment is the norm.
And it doesn't matter whether or not that punishment is meted out upon the person that's responsible for the wrongdoing that's got them all up in arms. I mean, it seems like it's important to mete out the punishment to the correct person, is all I'm saying.
Soren says this is an excellent debate in legal justice, but what are we going to do to get him back?
No, I understand, but that's like, it's a process. Believe me, I share your frustration. If we can all agree that we do not have the resources to storm the place, we're going to have to think our way through this.
Well, I can share the piece of information that I have.
All right.
And I saw a person. In theory, it's the person who accosted Holden. But I didn't see them accost Holden, obviously. But I did see them in the Baron's private chambers with a unconscious body in the Baron's bed. I saw them change shape and form, including their clothing, before they exited the room. I didn't know who they were, and I still don't know who they were. But
all right,
that was a cause for concern, and
yes,
the first person I saw thereafter was Holden, and he told me that that person had accosted him.
I would have liked to have known this before the auction. All right. No, there was not time. There was not time. There was not time. I am wishful. All right. How do we get someone who can cross? It can't be you. Someone's got to stay here to field off the others, and also they might not trust you. So how do we find someone who can cast the spell so we can go in and not have to deal with interrogation bullshit since they're feeling all muscular?
Sorry.
I have the spell ready, but it won't just be Ludwig who gets questioned, it'll be all of us. And based on what Lois just said, I don't know if we'd hold up under scrutiny.
Well, again, I need you to stay here.
I can share that memory with someone.
You know something? Maybe Madani is a good fit for this. Let's go to the warlord. We'll see if we can figure another way out of this. And I don't know, hail a carriage.
Sure.
I'm staying at a fancy inn. I don't have to hoof it. And yes, I'm bringing my defender.
Yep, absolutely. 5 silver for a fancy carriage.
And Soren.
Yep. Soren will absolutely come with. I should be better about prices. I guess in the back of my mind, I'm like, you guys are rich. Like these little minor expenses, just I don't even bother. Yeah, you hop on, and you head to the warlord's villa. Easy as can be. Yeah. So a coach would be like, we'll say that you've already hired it for the day. Like it's like 5 silver, and you've got like a nice mage bread, the House of Ryan coach. Pulls you 3 up, with your defenders and Ludwig's defender up at the manor. And the gates are shut, and as you guys get out, the defenders look through the gate, see you all, and just immediately open the gate and don't even go to check, allow you entrance back into the masquerade. The masquerade is emptied out. The hall is emptied except for servants who are cleaning up. Yes, Cross?
Clarify, is it just Rowan who's gone with the defenders, or is it all of us?
Rowan specifically asked Cross to stay.
That I've stayed behind.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Lois, you went with?
I'm happy to go.
Lois has the extra information.
Cool. Yeah, so you guys pull up, and you just kind of are like, you'll find the Baron in the main room, and so you do. You find the Baron. One of the tables has been sort of dragged out of the side dining hall, just into the middle of the ballroom floor, and he's sitting there just drinking. His overcoat is off, his sleeves are rolled up, and he's just kind of having a drink. He sees you all and smiles. Say, welcome back. Please have a seat.
I should have changed. You look so much more comfortable.
Should have.
Warlord,
I should have let you know what the business attire was.
I apologize for skipping the small talk. I would love to share a drink with you, but honestly, I understand there is a pressing matter at your hands, and I would like to not keep you waiting.
Of course.
First, if I may.
Yeah, please begin.
I understand that some things that are precious to you have been stolen. Allow me, first of all, to apologize. I am very sorry that this happened while I was in your house. I would very much like to cooperate with you in finding the documents. Is that my understanding that that's what was above the table? I don't know if documents has been told. So if it wasn't, she would not have used that word. I
believe Cross or Ludwig.
Okay, then she would not have.
Cross or.
Then she would have said, I understand something's been stolen. We are happy to help you find it. We are a new house, and we are not looking to make enemies of Carnathi warlords or anyone else, really. So, Viceroy Lois Sana has some information that may be valuable, and I would like to share it if you are in a mood to hear it.
We're getting very well ahead of ourselves, I think. You, young house, inexperienced, I see. Is that what you're trying to relay to me by telling me you're a young house?
Well, I'm pretty sure everyone knows that. The beginnings of the house were on the, we're not going to pretend that we're an old house, right?
Right. I'm just curious. Why do you tell me that you're a young house? Is it because you're trying to soften me that you're not so good at this? I'm just
not at
curious.
All. Not
so
at
why
all.
Tell me? Why relay to me that fact?
It's not really a fact if everyone knows. Honestly, I was just maybe trying to keep the temperature low. I would rather not have my man brought back to me in pieces. You have a reputation that precedes you, sir.
You do know, of course, my reputation. Good. Well, I'm very direct, too. And you're not being very direct with me, are you? Why did you tell me you're a new house?
Because
for the same reason you put a map up with all of your military pins on the third floor?
Which would be?
You're advertising. We're advertising.
Hmm.
You're a man of station and power. You're a warlord here in Korth, within a stone's throw of your political capital, meaning you have political capital. As a new house, we don't want a problem with you.
I see. All right. Interesting. Now, very well. Let us proceed. So, you wish to share with me information regarding what was taken from my home, perhaps the account individual who took it. Am I to believe that this is an exchange for your, my hostage?
That would be nice.
And
Okay.
given your reputation, I'd like to, before we exchange anything, I'd like to see him and to make sure that he is well and whole.
I thought you never ask. And he will stand up and he will pull open the door. And Ludwig, you'll hear calling down very loudly as he almost like makes a show of like doing one of these down the door, and he says, "Viceroy Ludwig, would you mind calling up now to your friends and letting them know that you're being held in kind regard? Or whatever regard you
I
would
am
consider
being
my
held
hospitality to be
in
at this time."
excellent regard, Lord Irmordak.
Oh, be honest now.
I was like, it is certainly unforgettable. It is certainly unforgettable.
The Warlord will say, "I really like him. He's very polite, very forthright. I usually like my the people I gain information out of to have a little more resistance, but he's been very diplomatic." So, now, you have to understand. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot. Do you have all your digits, Ludwig?
At the moment, yes.
All right, cool. So,
Ryan, quick question.
Yeah.
Are they within 120 feet of me?
They might be. You can try and send a message off.
Can I scratch my ear and make it seem like I'm scratching?
My friend.
What was that?
You're tied to a chair, remember?
True, but can I just make it seem like I'm scratching my ear or something?
Hands are tied.
Yeah,
If you want to try and like fold yourself over to bring your head towards your hands in front of the defenders, you can. But it would be very obvious.
I might ask the defenders. Might you undo my hands for a moment so I can scratch my head? Terrible itch.
They go, nope.
I'm going to yell up since they can hear me. Would it please the good warlord that my friends might see me in one piece?
Sure, why not? Bring them up, and they will lift you like in the chair and start like bringing you down the hall in your chair. The warlord's gonna look at you two and say, "Now listen, I've been stolen from. Nobody here has denied that it's Holden. So it's been you. And I don't blame you. I'm going to say the same thing to you that I said to Ludwig. I don't blame you. You are here on behest of your patron. They're known for having their fingers in every pot. I don't blame you for this.
Do you have someone who can... No, I am sorry, sir. You are incorrect. I'm not denying that it's Holden because I don't know that it wasn't, but I know that there are other people who've been in this space who it could be. So it seems like, until there's actual specific evidence. All we know is that we can't find Holden, and also these documents are missing. I'll help you find both. Or these, whatever it is you're looking for is missing. I'll help you find both. There's no reason to be uncivil.
I mean, you know my reputation.
I'm a very good liar if I need to be. If I need to tell people that you just absolutely ripped people up, I will.
Probably shouldn't have said that. Good liar never tells that they're a liar.
Maybe I'm a bad liar.
At this point, they bring Ludwig in on his little stand of on a chair. He goes, there he is. All digits intact. Can't promise you'll remain that way tonight.
I would like to make a check. I don't know if it would be perception or survival. She spent 2 years in the Kaharma Baharast, right? She's used to doing business with. She learned from hobgoblins, which she recognized. Oh, he's wet. He probably just got waterboarded.
Well, he's covered in water. I mean, he's soaked. So
yeah. I didn't know if you wanted me to make her a check for her to be able to know that.
No, he's covered head to toe in water. That could mean any number of things. They could have used it to wake him up. They could have used it to waterboard him. They could have used it to drown him. Your imagination. That's an imagination thing. There's no telling what the water was used for.
I just wanted to verify for my next statement. I don't know. I think if you waterboard a guy and you're not actually sure he has any information at all, that's worthy of your reputation.
Take him away.
But Ryan, while they were talking, could I have been scratching my ear like this, for example, as on my clearly on the earring and trying to mouth something subtly to them?
You could make me a stealth check. But I believe you have to bring your hand up to touch the earring in order to activate the earring.
Well, I'm trying to send them get.
Yeah, I know. I got what you're doing.
Okay. $23.
23. The Baron's the Warlord's looking back and forth, but you managed to in the middle kind of insinuate to Lois and Rowan the earring. So you guys get the message that earrings from Rowan or from Ludwig, excuse me. And then he says, yeah, take him away. And they carry Ludwig out. Says, so what are we going to do? Because I have others who describe a man in Holden's attire coming and going from each destination where things have been taken from my home, along with the same companion that he roams around with, it seems, all the time. I expect his defender.
That is his defender. That is why, that is... I am not saying that you don't have reason. What I am saying is that this is a bit much when there was also somebody else under your roof that may have completely gone unseen, right? Let us help you find the stuff if this is what you need. What was it? Is it art painting? Is it, what is it? What is it that you're looking for? What can we help you find?
Holden Lackyard.
All right.
I want Holden Lackyard or absolute incredulous proof that it wasn't him. So whatever shifter or illusionist that you claim to be having done all these things, bring them forth.
Do you mind me presenting you with what I saw? I can let you see what I saw.
All right.
Now, I need to give you context. We were in the process of coming down for the auction. Holden had told me he'd been accosted by somebody, and that he wasn't sure who they were. They intimated that they had some private knowledge of Holden's past, and that he, wanted to get done with the auction and move along expeditiously. When we were coming down at the second floor, where you had pointed out, those were the rooms for your VIP guests and your own quarter. There was motion from your quarters, which I thought was odd, and I'm a gnome. We're a little bit nosy. I peeked in, and this is what I saw. And if you don't mind, I'm going to draw the memory so I can present it to you. And the memory piece that I'm drawing is after Holden's conversation, when they changed their face and they changed their clothes in the Baron's room with a unconscious or dead body in the Baron's bed.
Got it. He'll receive that from you. Seems to know how it works. He takes it, looks at it, goes, I'll tell you what, I want you to make me a deception check because you are kind of editing the footage here.
That is perfectly okay. And I'm going to use inspiration because I do not like that number.
Fair enough.
And that one was not a bunch better. 8.
If he makes a sign that he knows that you're lying or not, he doesn't seem to betray it.
And while he is overlooking that, I'm going to immediately cast another spell.
Okay.
Charm person.
Got it.
Targeted at him.
Yeah. Just so you know, there are Deneth defenders that are observing the conversation.
And that's fine.
Okay. Charm person. What's the saving throw there?
Well, it won't matter. He's getting my other portent die, which is a 1.
You bastard. You bastard. You. Okay. You now have advantage on charisma checks against him. And he will, and the spell takes effect, but again, he shows no, there's nothing that changes about his appearance, which is, a little weird. Nothing really changes about the way he seems to, regard you. He doesn't immediately, or anything. He just kind of continues his thing, but the spell took effect. It's a little jarring. Says, all right, well, uninvited guests at the masquerade. Unfortunate. So, what do we do? I've got something you want. You've all got something I want. What do we do?
In point of fact, we don't actually have what you want. We don't have Holden. You've searched. I promise you, I have no idea where this person is.
Nor do I. And I have no idea where that shapeshifter thing went.
If you want us...
Who was in your bed. Were they still in your bed? I don't know.
Oh, been removed by now. But it's good to know who did it. I had half a mind. I think it was Holden who had done that. So, what else do you have to trade, then, for a viceroy of the new house, Leora? How can I know that you're all telling the truth? How can I know that Ludwig's telling the truth? How do I know that you're all telling the truth? How do I know that we can all walk away from this as friends?
Got a Madani?
Got a Madani? What is this, Brayland?
I'm just saying. There are those amongst in their dragon house, yeah, who have the ability to look into people's thoughts. And you would be able to look into my thoughts and be like, oh yeah, no, she doesn't know where Holden is. She has not spoken inaccurately. Is that enough? If what you need is surety, if I give you the surety of my brain via magic, which is incredibly invasive, by the way, would that be enough to guarantee that we can work together and maybe Ludwig doesn't have to get wet again?
Make a persuasion check.
15.
15. He says, this will suffice, I suppose. Be it a priest, be it House Madani. Frankly, I don't need more Dragon March people in my business. Frankly, let's get a priest at the end of the day, why don't we? Who could do the same thing, hopefully. But if it must be Madani, then it must be Madani.
It does not have to be Madani. Do you know the spell that I speak of?
No, I am no spellcaster. I am a warlord. But
I do not know if a priest has the mind reading spell that I'm thinking of. It is my only objection. The only reason I mentioned Madani is because I know there are those amongst them who do.
Well, why don't we stay here, have a drink? I'll set out somebody to summon some member of some house to cast these spells and deem the truth. I have some members in the Blood of Vol I think would be perfect. They're very good at learning things about people that they don't want learned. So I'm thinking
if I am
it's a
willing
party
to,
I like.
That's fine. Then would you do me one thing? Let Lois go. You have 2 hostages. And between us, you have the Baron, which is something no one else knows. You're not going to let Ludwig go.
You don't want to be my house guests anymore?
We would love to come back for tea sometime when the temperature is a little lower. I'm sure you understand.
I like Lois. I kind of want her to stay. I'd like to learn more about all. I'll say the same thing to you I said to Lois. I hope we work again one day. This is all very unfortunate business. But you're a new house. You're going to need people to pay you. I have money.
You do have money, and I appreciate that. And my background's a little unusual. A lot of folks don't know where I'm come, right? This isn't all that weird for me.
Unless they've read the paper. You've been featured a number of times.
I have been featured a number. Yeah,
there's a lot of people in Corvair who don't know your name.
Oh, they know my name. Never mind, not important. I would like to get one of my people out.
So why don't you get yourself out?
Why don't I get myself
and
out?
Hang on to Lewis. It was a good proposition.
No. But I'm not going to leave my people. Come on.
We could do this very differently. We could get the king involved in a dungeon, in a prison.
If that is what... Right now, you've got someone who's cooperating with you. I don't know what else that's like. I don't know if you think I'm going to be more cooperative if you hand me over to someone else.
You're being cooperative because I have your friend hostage and I have a reputation for butchering people under my knife. That's why you're being cooperative. So you go. Lois stays. And once I have summoned my neutral party, a friend even that I trust, we can get all of this business done and out of the way. And hopefully I don't need to exact my
The
reputation
agreement
on
was
Ludwig
to
in the
read
meantime.
my mind.
No.
No.
I'm going to read all your minds. Why? Because you're the only one who doesn't know something.
No. I know plenty. Because right now, you are acting in bad faith, and you know it. This isn't actually going to get you anything. It's not actually going to get you what you want. Like, I'm here trying to help you, and it looks more like you are interested in just taking your pound of flesh than in actually getting the work done. And if that's where you are, I mean, I can't stop you, obviously. But it doesn't actually help you get what you're looking for. It just kind of feels good right now.
Yeah. Correct. After I've been invited people into my home, been robbed, it does feel good to take a little power back.
Unfortunately, you're taking your power back with people who have not wronged you. So the person who wronged you, whether it's Holden or whether it's this other person, they're still out there doing whatever the fuck they're doing, right? While you're in here making yourself feel better.
Here's the situation. You're very good at talking, and I commend you on it, because that is, I guess, what you're supposed to do. But here's the thing. Holden is suspect number one.
Mhm.
He's been seen coming and going from all these places, and you're his closest and probably only associates in this nation. Which makes you, related to the crime. As I believe he probably did perpetrate it. Or perhaps the shapeshifter that Lois was brought to me didn't. But until it's proven that the shapeshifter didn't just screw someone in my bedroom and ran off, we're going to continue to believe it's Holden. And I'm also a warlord of Karnath. I can have you all clapped in irons and sent to the dungeon. No one will ever remember who House Leora is in a year or two. So, I'll be
And
keeping
you still
Lois.
won't have what you're looking for. It
I'll
seems
be keeping Lois. I will be keeping Ludwig, as you suggested. And you can go. And I will let you know when the priest is here to take our, what do the Sovereign Host people call it? Confession.
she stands up and walks out.
I'll kind of sit back and have a drink and look at you, Lois, and say, finally, now me and you can get to know each other.
Not that much to know. I'm not that big.
But full of secrets, I'd wager.
Not really. Everything pretty much goes to the paper.
And frankly, he's just gonna be generally get to know you or small talk you, and it sounds like you want to just kind of wall him a little bit, which is fine. But under it might be the charm. You're not sure what it is, but he just kind of wants to get to know you, and that will persist.
Is there any way that we can just have Ludwig join us here at the table? I mean, we're being relatively cordial. You have a room full of Deneth defenders. You have your eminence and whatnot. Is that really necessary? I don't think so. What are we going to do?
Suppose.
You've already disarmed him. You soaked him. Give him a towel. Let him dry off. Don't need to be rude.
It's fair. I've already been rude to your Baron, so may as well try and be as cordial as possible. Sure, bring them up. And two Deneth defenders will head downstairs. And he'll say to you, Lois, he'll say, now, I hope you understand that this has been a real pain. And I think at some point here, I'm going to have to prove my reputation to Fjarlund. And that's going to have to be somebody.
I understand. Now, what what I'm given to understand is that whoever I didn't I didn't get a real long look at that person thing. I don't know what nomenclature is appropriate, but if if Holden had some inkling that it was there, he might have been trying to follow and look at it and may have been following kind of in the same spaces trying to catch up with it. I know that just before I was sitting upstairs because frankly between you and me, lots of people, y'all are much bigger than I am. Too many people. I just needed some away time.
Mm.
So I went upstairs to the third floor where no one was because I could chill.
Right. As Ludwig is coming up the stairs, I do want to swap to Cross. We haven't heard from Cross in a while. Cross, do you have something you're up to in the background?
I'm back at the inn. So am I basically just alone with Shell right now?
Yeah, pretty much.
Let me pick your
Shell can't smile, but
yeah.
something, you almost can feel him smile.
Let me pick your mind, Shell. What do you think of this situation?
I think this is the perfect opportunity to sabotage the rest of your group. The Crimson Butcher has a reputation for being violent. Perhaps he could be convinced to take care of the rest of the house for you, and you can be Baron, and make this a war-forged house.
An interesting suggestion, but we lose my colleagues, we lose our connections to each of their origins. It's a regrettable thing. I can also can't help but feel that I've had, just as something has been stolen from the warlord, I now feel he is stealing something from me.
What is he stealing from you, Lord Cross?
This. I could throw the house to the witch butcher. Where's the fun? I'd be outsourcing something that is mine to commit.
Make an intimidation check.
26.
Yeah, you see Shell's eyes kind of widen in surprise and goes, and sort of like looks and like thinks to himself, and he says, "Forgive me my error, for
It's
your knowledge of our doctrine is more proficient than mine."
It is fine. It's fine. If you were to try and kill the warlord in this present circumstances, how would you approach this?
I would wait. They are locked down. If I were to kill the Baron, it would at best be a suicide mission.
Indeed.
He is prepared for danger.
What bargaining chips do we hold? Things
He
here.
sent all of the information on the lightning rail away.
Indeed, it is gone. Meaning... I need a message to Korenberg Ascending.
We can utilize the messaging station on the second floor.
I head up.
You see a gnome there and goes, well, what can I do you for? I don't know.
I have a message for the Korenberg.
Ah. All right, by all means. And as a reminder, sir, it is 2 silver a word. But please, go right ahead.
2 silver a word. Okay, can I just write this out before I, like...
Yeah, by all means.
Yeah.
Shell will say, do we possess or can possess anything of greater value than what Holden took? Or Holden himself?
But given what we took, the last thing the Warlord will want is for all of that to get out. He's threatening us, so we'll simply threaten him back. Half of it's going to the press. All I'm thinking is something of a, what's the term, dead man switch. Should harm come to us, then the House Service will be, the Korenberg will be informed, and all of that information is released into the wild.
You are most devious Lord Cross. It is a pleasure to watch you play these flesh-born games, as wicked as they are.
Can't say they're very pleasurable to play, but I can't say I'm not a fan of mutually assured destruction.
You don't laugh and seize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want a minute for your message?
Yeah, I'm almost got it.
Okay, cool. Well, let me ask you, are you going to head back to, once this is sent, are you going to head to the mansion?
I'll still remain here as ordered. I'll wait for someone to come back.
Got it. Okay, I'll tell you what. While you're finishing up your message, I want to just quickly peek in on Rowan. Rowan, what are you up to while you're outside the house?
Where's the nearest service messaging station? Oh, actually, I can go back to the inn, and there's a service messaging station. I can actually do a sending.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
it's a little bit of a journey back, but yes, on your coach, it shouldn't take too long.
He literally dismissed me. So,
Yeah.
So when I get back to the hotel, I'm going to find the service person, and the sending I have is to Ludwig's
Hang on.
spot.
Very quick. Sorry. Something happens on the way. Riding along there. You're riding along there, and as you're making your way into the upper district, which would lead to whatever it's called, you're in to send the message. You hear wait, and then coming to like a halt. And someone says, clear out of the House Orion person says, clear out of the road. It says, like, I think I've got something that the Lady Leora might want to hear. And he says, I said, get off with you, says the Orion person. Like, dip your head out.
Yeah. And they'll say, all right.
He goes, all right, go on. And you see this person come up, and he's in like a cloak, basically. And he comes up to the side window, and he looks at you, and he says, hi. I'm a friend of friend. You might know me. And you'll see his face will kind of almost chameleon-like go white, and then back to the original face.
Oh, I thought I recognized you. Why don't you join me in my carriage?
Looks at the House Orion member, gives him a nod, and allows himself in.
And as soon as he
and-
sits down, I will say, I am so sorry that I did not recognize you sooner.
I make it my business to not be recognized.
Of course. You understand I have a bit of a situation, yes?
Anyone who's anyone in this city knows. And at this point, he really displays, and I do have a cool handout for him now. Accidentally deleted all his information. But that kind of works, actually, considering who he is. Yeah, you see him appear, and he says, everyone who's anybody knows what's going on. And I just thought I'd lend my your friend Holden very much, but I feel like we're like soulmates or something. I feel like we're gonna get along great. So, I'm here because I want to lend you my services and a little aid here, huh? Get you out of trouble.
All right. What you got for me?
I'm an information broker. I deal in information. Business information is my business. I've done a little business with Holden. That's client confidentiality and all that. But you need to get your buddy out of prison, right?
I got 2 buddies I need to get out of prison. Only one of them's been tortured so far. I was about to let the one guy's father know. He's a warlord in a different part of Karnath, but apparently, aside from getting Dad to get involved, I wasn't quite sure what to do.
Well, I admit I'm not terribly certain how to help, but I know a lot of things, and I know Holden, and I want to get him out of trouble. Because I like what he's up to. And what he's up to is bad things. And I like bad things. So, what can I do for you?
When he says bad things, Rowan smiles and she says, I probably shouldn't smile at that. All right. My name's Rowan.
Nothing too bad. Just moderately bad.
I've seen some shit. Moderately bad. We can usually take that on a day.
Because I expect the business that me and Holden get up to, but I'm talking like I've known him for years. I really just met him tonight, but I feel like I've known him for years. But from what I've read in the paper, what he probably gets up to and what I definitely get up to doesn't compare to some of the shit you've been through, Lady Leora. Or should I say, Viceroy Leora. Excuse me.
Rowan would be fine, actually.
Oh, 2 friends in one night.
Sometimes it's nice to hear your name, you know?
You may call me Mr. Shadow.
Well, thank you, Mr. Shadow.
So, we have friends who are stuck and need getting out of. So, how can we unstick them? I know lots of things. Maybe there's something I know that can help.
All right. This guy is absolutely certain that Holden took something from him. I don't know that he did or that he didn't. I literally don't know. I also kind of don't care because this isn't the way you do business. So now at this point, it's kind of like, fuck you. You're coming after my guy, and you're being unreasonable. So seriously, go fuck yourself. Also, you have more guns than I do.
Are we still talking about me, or are we doing like a sort of like inflection thing?
That's an inflection thing, but no, it's all right. So, all right, what you got for me?
Well, look, I don't need details, but I don't work for free. So why don't we just make a real simple fee of this thing? I saw a little bit of what Ludwig had. Or, excuse me, I saw a little bit of what was taken that night, but I didn't see all of it. I'm curious. Do you know what was taken?
She does not. Above the table, she does not.
She does not.
No.
Mm.
And believe me, I really, really, really wish I do. And I fucking hope it's worth this.
Right. Well, it's hard to know what to give you to help because I don't want to give you information that's not going to be helpful. You know what I mean? I don't want to scalp you.
No. I understand completely.
So why don't we do this? I'll follow along as a friendly face, and when I think I can be useful, I'll chime in. I'm sure we'll be excited to meet some of your other friends. Maybe learn something along the way. But I'll give you one for free. He'll kind of look around, and he'll say quietly, he'll say, I got bad news for you. Rubik did take all the shit. Like, I watched him do it, actually. That's where we had our conversation. It was actually in the...
I would have so much rather you hadn't told me that. There's something to be said for plausible deniability.
Right.
You don't have one of those memory wiping... You don't. Fuck. All right. Shit. God damn it.
Get you one.
They don't last that long. You only got like 6 seconds, so...
Well, listen, but we can still use this. And why I bring this to you is because that means that that stuff is somewhere. That your buddy would have left it. Where do you think he would have left it?
Holden is an information broker like yourself. I imagine he acts on that information more often than he just sells it. But that's all right. That's why I like him. Knowing him as little as I do, I put together a second auction. Like that.
How did it go, by the way?
It went well. It went much better than I expected.
Oh, I'm happy to hear that. Congratulations.
We might not live to tell the day, but thank you. If it does, we should celebrate. And once all of this, once all of this settles out, Holden is a great guy, but everyone needs friends. And you seem like the kind of guy I want to be friends with, if you don't mind my saying so.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Now, let's go do whatever it is we're going to do. And then he puts on a face. Cross, we'll come to you now as you're completed your message.
I've DM'd you the message.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Very cool. So for the price of, I believe that will be 6 gold for silver, your message is sent.
Wonderful.
And then the gnome just gives you like a wink and like one of these. Always will remain discreet and is happy to have been of service.
I hope so. I'll head back downstairs.
You head back downstairs. You head back downstairs and you find well, there would still be some time, like chronologically speaking. So if there's anything you wanted to do, Cross, otherwise, like Rowan can show up and you guys can bump into each other. It's your preference. Like maybe you sit around, have a drink, wait for something to happen.
Oh yes, I'll have a drink. Yeah, me. I'll have a drink. Well, work.
Oil me.
I'll just sit down and kind of just wait. Talk to Shell a little bit.
Talk to Shell for a little bit. Rowan shows up with some unknown, strange person. Not a ruffian, but clearly some vagabond individual. And her defender shows up.
Since there's been some developments.
This is so out in the open, and I would love to get out of this outfit. So maybe we should take it upstairs. I'm going to change into something a little more comfortable with a little more steel on me. We can have a more productive conversation. And she will go upstairs and put on her armor and her she's gonna have a suit, right? But she's gonna be dressed to be able to take a hit if it comes to that.
You had me at steel.
Since people that she knows are very clearly being hurt at this moment, seems intelligent. And then when all that's done, we can get together, and I will say, all right. So, I am very certain that Ludwig knows nothing I don't know. What Lois knows, she's a journalist. She has to keep her secrets, and it's none of my business. I offered myself to what's his nuggets. Like, listen, you can call him Adani, read my mind, read Ludwig's mind. We don't have your shit. We don't know what we're talking about. You've got us here, completely wrongly. Let us the fuck go. Right? They apparently have Lois and are calling some blood of all people. I don't know anything about that. This is a friend. Apparently we've got some help to get out of the situation we're in. I don't know if you have any other information. The only thing I can think to do is to call Ludwig's father and to start a war here in Karnath.
Well, did our witness hold and steal anything? No. However, everything he stole ain't here anymore. Me and Lois saw to that.
All right.
However, I have made one step in defending ourselves.
Okay.
We split the information into half of it is being sent to Marina, the other is being sent to the Korenberg. While these packages are confidential and will be opened on arrival, I have sent a message to the Korenberg that should any word of harm to the house being dealt to us by a Crimson Butcher be received, to publish everything. If nothing else, the threat of mutually assured destruction is something to bargain with.
All right. So we have that. I think I'm going to call Ludwig's father.
That is a good
So
idea.
I'm going to go to the Civis person and send this message. It's a 25 word. She's got the money for it, I'm sure.
Yep. It's as many letters as you want. It's as many words as you want.
Oh, goodness. I actually did the whole 25 word thing.
Yeah, it's as many words as you want, 2 silver a word. This is a different magic item.
The Crimson Butcher is holding Ludwig, torturing him already, staying at the King's Grace Inn in Korth. We are innocent of his allegations, please advise.
Okay.
That's it.
Understood. He'll say, I will, the gnome responsible says, I will pass along a message as soon as one comes through. I expect to the Bastion, probably not long for this kind of message. Give it a couple minutes.
Thank you for your service. I'll just be downstairs.
Oh, thank you.
Much.
It's been it's been an exciting night. And you head downstairs. Mr. Shadow will say to you, remember, if you can tell me, if we can find out what was taken, I can find something to trade with,
Who is this?
This is an associate of Holden's who was also in the information brokerage business. He may have some collateral to offset what was taken and get Ludwig and Lois out of there. But we have to know, at least in a general sort of way, what was taken. All I know is that something was taken. It could be art, it could be weapon, it could be anything, right? I assume it was like maybe, I don't know, military plans or something? I can't imagine what would be so important.
I do know exactly what was taken. Now, just before I say anything, I'm always glad to meet an associate of Holden's. I know you can't give
Hands
me
up.
full details. How confident are you that if I were to tell you what we found, that what you had to exchange with us would free our captured comrades?
I don't have something I can have it by daylight. I mean, just look at all the important people in this one establishment. It's like a practical gold mine. But I know plenty of things. And again, it depends on, what you're handing me here.
It would.
I mean, is this his diary? Is this state secrets? Like, what are we talking about here?
A bit of both.
What? Oh, well, I guess that's weird. I've been working on that. I'm pretty sure I know about the personal stuff. Kind of, maybe. I don't know.
What? I will refrain from specifics, but I will say that the warlord has been gathering a lot of leverage against more people than I care to count. This man has a lot of people on a leash.
Yikes. What are we talking here? Like, how many people? Like, talking like a dozen, 2 dozen?
How many people did how many people did
It was about 3 to 4 dozen
Yeah.
documents.
Oh, about 4 dozen.
Oh,
It
you go into
was-
detail, or do you just kind of keep it vague like that?
I will say, and certainly not localized to Karnath. This was a multinational web of
That's a lot.
things to ruin. It's black. It's all just blackmail. There's so much.
Right.
blackmail.
So much blackmail. Oh boy. Considering we can't return it, we got to replace it. So find something to give him. Hey, do you guys know? I mean, I hear things. You guys are pretty set up on Ondare. Do you guys happen to know any really important state secrets about Ondare? I mean, Karnath's buying state secrets or national secrets. Weren't you at court with the Queen? Do you know anything? I mean, I'm based out of Karnath. I'm just, hey, I mean, I'll find something for you guys. But if you got something on hand that moves things along.
The only bit of interesting intrigue is something relatively unsolved on my end as far as Ondare is concerned. There was involving the Golden Dragon. Just on the night of the disaster, there was a murder, and I investigated the scene and found a list of initials, but to this day can't piece letters to names. That's the best I got.
Could be good. No, I might have something. Yeah, I might have something. So, the reason why I kind of found out that things were going on is because, I noticed you guys were here. A little weird that you guys were here. You're on Darien-based. Fjarlin just took you in. Weird that Fjarlin would send you to Karnath. So I started doing some snooping. And I found the Thurani ledgers of people who were being, rented out to the occasion for entertainment purposes. And there's one person on that ledger who is not involved. Well, was not accounted for there anyway. He calls himself the Creature. That's interesting. Now, my thought was you could bring that piece of information to the Warlord, entice him that somebody got through his security. That'd be a little embarrassing. That could maybe if you could find the Thurani person and turn them over, that could be good, especially if they were on the guest list. If you could steal the ledger to prove that he was there under full circumstances and then hand it in. I mean, Thurani's all about shadows and illusions. I mean, even if it isn't Holden, you could pose him as one. Hand over the creature as a possible scapegoat.
A scapegoat would be nice, but
I
I look to
am
Rowan then.
Second thing I'd advise to sell. I mean, oh, this will sting, but maybe like House Leora itself. I mean, you guys are. I mean, I wouldn't sell him House Leora. Don't get me wrong, but maybe your services. I mean, that could be very helpful. The last is I go acquire some information that would be very costly on your side of things because of that, for the amount of blackmail he had, it's going to have to be something special. Ooh.
I'm looking at my notes.
I mean, we just
more than that.
we just made some sort of money. We never actually negotiated how much of that we were getting, but we're getting some of it.
I have one. I do have one. I've been told that there was an Ondarian spy present at the masquerade. Now that's crazy. An Ondarian spy at the masquerade, let alone in Karnath. If you were to turn over an Ondarian spy, that he could then turn over to King Caius III, I mean, he'd look pretty fucking good.
We can potentially work with that. Here is my only reservation with all of these things that you were saying. None of them are things that we are going to do like right now. I mean, we can offer our services right now, and I will certainly do that. He is feeling very muscular right now, right? Like the torturing has already begun, and so I just worry that we may not have time to find, to acquire someone whose principal skill set is not being found.
Well, that's my skill set, is finding out things people don't want found out. I'm not telling you all these things as like, go run off and do an objective. You're not adventurers. You're important people. I'm the doer kind of person. You know what I mean? You guys, sit at the table and drink your wine and talk your talk, whereas people like me, we go out and do the stuff. So I'll sell you a spy on a silver platter. You can hand it over to him in exchange for 2 talky people who are less valuable to turn into King Caius.
All right.
It would look good for us in the eyes of Fiolan if we got this creature butchered by the butcher. I
mean, we could always try and go for both. Again, more expensive, but turn over the creature, turn over the spy. It could be good. 2 for 1. I mean, you got 2 people in there. We hand them over too.
Yeah, no, we're doing his work for him because he's lazy, right?
Sure, but he's got the upper hand.
We're going to give him 1. We'll give him a creature. Right, because at the end of the day, this is still us doing the labor. This is still us paying for his investigation. So, all right. We'll give him creature. Figure out how to work that.
I can start looking. Say the word. I can name my price.
What's your price?
Oh. You look across. How much did you look through those documents?
The whole thing. There was more.
Just tell me what you found. We'll call it straight. Be detailed as possible. He'll pull out of his cloak like a notepad and hand it to you.
Some of this will need. We can arrange at some point later date a meeting to exchange perhaps more of the details, since one such piece of documentation is an audio crystal. But here it is. I then explain dozens of sealed letters, signed confessions from multinational authority figures, a contract from a Deneath general selling out a border town, against his own house. Someone in Kinkais's quarters of all a sympathizer. The true list of the dead from the Red Gorge massacre, including the names of those who have been erased outright from all record.
That's good shit.
There are some more puzzling acquisitions. His own personal journal, which was written in a language I couldn't understand, but Lois was able to decipher pretty well. It looked to be written in blood, if I'm honest, but the man is, in his private journal, quite insecure, dare I say, maybe paranoid. He was at a withered white rose preserved in glass. And what that means, I don't know. And the sketch of a young boy.
He will say, 2 questions. You said speed was of the essence, yes?
Indeed.
Second question, do you care if it's the creature or an Ondarian spy? Or does it need to be the creature? Depending on which one's fastest to get.
We would like for it to be the creature unless the spy falls in your lap.
Fair enough. Get some sleep. He stands up, stretches, and he says, oh, and before I go, I could, if you cared, tell you what the White Rose is about. That's something I do know. And I could also probably tell you who's on that little crystal thing of yours if I were to hear the voice, of course. So, I will be seeing you, hopefully before dawn.
Thank you for your help.
He puts his hands in his pockets and he walks out very casually. And then once he gets through the doors, you kind of catch him, like, clearly, like,
what the shit?
Pick up the pace. He's like, oh, fuck. It starts like, I'm going to fight a Thurani assassin in fucking 3 hours.
I didn't sign up for. I don't have an information broker, but what the fuck?
Yeah, this guy's like a low-level lackey who's just like really, unfortunately charismatic. He's like, what have I gotten myself into here? All right, we'll circle. So I'll ask, Cross, Rowan, is there anything else, or are you guys gonna wait on old Mr. Shadow and see if you can find anything?
Rowan does not feel like she can do anything until she speaks to Ludwig's father at this point. So she is going to clean up. Go ahead.
Sorry, you can go. I was going to say, I will turn to Shell and I'll say, follow him.
And goes chasing it.
I should like, and stay hidden for crying out.
And he turns around at the door and like does one of these, like, of course. And then circles back around and continues out after Mr. Shadow. Fantastic. That is going to be a very interesting duo. There's definitely like a behind the scenes one-shot side adventure with those two.
Yeah.
Incredible. So I'm going to circle over to Lois and Ludwig, see what you guys are getting up to in the Baron's company, if anything, or the Warlord's company, if anything.
I do have something that I'm up to. I've got keen intellect. I read through his journal, at least in pieces parts.
Yeah.
I don't want to directly go after those weaknesses and insecurities, but I want to steer the polite conversation because I've got expertise in investigation. I want to steer into that skid.
Got it. So here is what I'm going to say, Lois, because you have the keen mind, expertise in investigation. I'm going to give you advantage on insight checks on the Baron. Okay. And I think I could do better than that too. I think I'm going to say you have advantage. I mean, you already do, but I'll give you advantage on persuasion as well.
Okay.
against the Baron because you very recently learned the inner workings of his private psyche. Got it. So how did you want to utilize that?
I want to try to set up a juxtaposition. I want him to be kind of anxious and unsettled and lead into the, why is it Holden? Yes, he was in those spaces. You said that we could go to those spaces. If there was this other person who had gotten through your security and we found out about it, Holden's kind of inquisitive. If he was following after, wouldn't it make sense?
Gaslight,
And why
gatekeep,
would we be doing that and advertise ourselves?
Yeah, absolutely. Make the advantage. I'll give you deception too. It's not a deception in any way, but deception feels like the manipulative skill, and this is kind of what you're doing. So I'll give you either or, whatever you want.
I'll take the deception at a 17.
17. There are definitely he's very clearly there are points where he just kind of goes quiet. There's a point where he's got a leg crossed and he's not comfortable and he's kind of listening to you and hearing what you have to say, and you seem to have grasped his attention, and you feel yourself successfully sowing the doubts.
And at some point, once I get the impression that he's turned up good. I'm going to ask if I could use the restroom, and
Yeah.
I'm assuming that he's going to attach one of his Deneth guards to come with me.
Mm-hmm.
And when we step away,
Yeah.
I'm going to speak briefly to the Deneth guard
Mm-hmm.
and tell him I can prove that Captain, I forget the freaking name, but Lois wouldn't.
Yeah. Captain the mercenary dude?
Yeah. The guy who portrayed House Deneth during the last war. I can prove that he did this.
Wait, whoa! The guy who betrayed or betrayed? I don't know.
The guy who sold out House Deneth.
Oh, from the blackmail.
Yes.
Okay, I gotcha. Okay. It runs so deep. Okay. Make me a persuasion check, and again, I'll give you advantage. Or a deception check. I guess it's a deception check because you can't. So deception check at advantage because this matters to them.
And that'll be a 17.
Folds the arms and says, "How?"
I saw a document where he confessed to it, and I can provide that to House Deneth if Ludwig and myself can get out of here.
Thinks, says, "The best thing I can do is I can get your defender out of here." That's the best I can
Okay. That's fine. One less piece of collateral damage.
do. And
But
we'll... yeah.
if we don't get out, House Deneth will never get that information.
Yeah, fair. Okay. Maybe your defender stays, and I'll make sure you get out, or do my best. Okay. And we'll take you back, and you definitely see like this particular individual's face kind of twist at the idea of like figuring out like who sold out that place. And, like, yeah, you definitely got under their skin about that. And, maybe looks around the room, and that person's gonna. Oh man, this is this is intrigue upon intrigue. Installing intrigue in the guards. Oh my god. You do see her throughout the course of the next little while, she slowly makes her way around to various defenders, and I don't think she even does that because she wouldn't do it in front of the Baron or the Warlord. God fucking damn it. How would she? It happens over the next couple of hours. Like every now and then, she'll like disappear. Like one defender's like, I don't know. You get this. You get the sense that the message is getting spread around. You see her kind of disappearing enough that maybe the word's getting around. Okay. Is there anything that you would like to do, Ludwig? You were brought upstairs to sit at the table with Warlord and Lois, who all of you are probably growing more and more tired. But the Warlord seems insistent. You all sit right here until the issue is resolved. All three of you. Eventually, you feel the spell fade on Lois, but he doesn't seem to notice. Is there anything you'd like to do, Ludwig, or say?
I can't do anything. I'm just
Okay.
stuck here with things completely out of my control, and a million plots flying around it, simply because the dice decided to land on a 20 on that specific fucking roll.
Yeah.
And it feels like we're nearing a political intrigue TPK here.
Those plans in the works.
Hey, we got it. We got this.
He's got nothing.
You guys sit. The Baron, Lois, you continue to play upon him. I'm gonna make a little roll and see how things go for our friend. Okay. So things, as if they haven't already, get a little interesting. Cross, your defender, Shell, returns fairly quick without Mr. Shadow. And he sort of approaches you and gestures like this and walks to like a private area away from Rowan.
Just a second, Rowan.
He looks like he's like walking around like this a little bit. Like you could tell like something's got him going. And he goes, Lord Cross, I followed this shapeshifter, and he went to one of the upper rooms here in the King's Grace. He caught on to me, and I tagged along. He allowed me to tag along, as he put it, but unimportant. He found blood in the room of the spy that he meant to try to bring to you first. And the spy was not there. Sort of says he remarked the name of the spy, which was, I believe, the bidder of the Eye of Ondair. I think your Mr. Shadow believes that this creature is impersonating, or has been impersonating, this spy. I felt it pertinent to come to you immediately.
Cross just like there's a long silence. We just sold. Understood.
He wants me to return to him.
What's he doing now?
He's following a lead for the creature.
Return to him, but thank you for the update.
He does. He goes.
In like the privacy of like being completely alone, Cross punches the wall. I just hear like a clang from the other room.
Now, I will say this piece of information wouldn't have come to light on another random roll that brought Mr. Shadow to you, Rowan. And this little piece of information has been in play for a couple sessions. Just as a behind the screen little. This isn't. I'm just trying to say I'm not trying to make your lives as complicated as fucking possible.
It's a great twist.
As much as I just want to make sure I do have this one thing. Like, no, that makes perfect sense actually. And as soon as it was said, that was the first place that my head went. This person, first of all, we think that the real eyes of Ondair is well and truly dead somewhere, and that blood
was found,
and that this creature individual has been impersonating them.
That is what Shell has described as Mr. Shadow's running theory. But there's no explicit evidence, but that's his running theory.
So in other words, we got some sort of rogue agent that could be working for anybody.
Well, really quick, Cross, after that wall gets it, do you return to Rowan and disclose information?
I return to Rowan and I kind of say, I think we've been well and truly had. This creature, according to the Shadow, may in fact have been impersonating the representative from Mondaire, and we just sold them the information on Kara.
Cool. Nothing.
Interesting. Is Lyrandar still awake?
If you look around the room, no. Like it's late now. Like a lot of.
So like Lyrandar and Kenneth both paid for that information. God damn it. Well, I guess we're gonna have to read in Lyrandar and Kenneth. Do you think that I am making the wrong decision? But like the person, we just got information that the person that may have won this thing that they just invested in
isn't even on there. We'll have to tell Theolan that.
I think maybe
just got one over on them.
All right. That's who we need to find.
Mr. Shadow walks in the door in a sudden like, woohoo!
Our Fierlin person. We need to find that person.
Mr. Shadow walks in. And he says, okay, I had a thought. Well, I had a couple thoughts. And he explains to you what you just found out already. Like, ta-da, look, I found something out, but Shell beat you to it. So I was thinking about why was the spy here? I had a feeling that you guys might have known the spy. I don't know why. You're from Ondare. She's from Ondare. Do you know anything?
I think who we know among that faction.
All right, so I'm still trying to wrap my brain around this. I apologize for being slow. It is late.
Just like,
Am I understanding correctly that that the person that we thought was the Eyes of Ondare, the representative from the Eyes of Ondare, was actually a Thorani spy? Is this what we're thinking happened?
Mr. Shadow says, that's my guess.
All right. Where is what's his name? Alvin,
Adrian.
Alex, Adrian.
Adrian goes, so this is my thing. Your auction went really good, right?
No.
A lot of my business is just putting pieces together. So
Or actually,
help me work this out because I think I got a solution.
all right.
She's here from Ondare. You're here from Ondare. You're staying at the same place. You've been seeing eating dinner together. Is that fair to say?
With the Eyes of honestly, I think Holden and Lois did have dinner with them. I honestly, I have not seen them. I have not associated with them,
Not associated with them in any way. Fuck.
except for the auction.
The auction.
Right, like we were. Is that what we're talking about? Oh, I'm so sorry for being lost.
That's okay. I'm trying to catch up too. I mean, I just joined the party. I only
Yeah.
know what I've been able to pick up on the side. So, I mean, we could lure them. Now, this is the thing. I can get you, like, obviously, I can't get you the spy. The spy might be dead. But I might be able to get you both. Because if the spy's still alive and we find the creature, we interrogate the creature, get the spy, everybody's happy. But first, we need the creature. Now, you've been running the auction, and the creature doesn't know that we know that they've been playing a replacement game. How do you go find her? Like, is there some way you can summon her and be like, hey, here's something about the auction. Actually, you won. I don't know who won your auction, so actually you won, or I need to talk about
Adrian.
billing.
Adrian is the person who's coordinating that. So Adrian.
Okay, sure. Find this Adrian guy who's coordinating. Get this dude to flush him out, and then I'll jump him, and you'll have your creature turn over to the Baron. And more than that, I can interrogate him, and I can find out if your spy person's still alive and save your auction.
All right. Rowan. Oh God, I'm sorry, my brain is just not working right now.
There's a lot of play.
Yeah, no, there is actually a lot of play, and that sounds like the intelligent thing to do. So, replay that again. I am so sorry.
All right, contact Adrian. Tell him
As-
to get in touch with the spy.
As soon as he says contact Adrian, Rowan stands up and starts moving towards Adrian's room.
Got it. You go to Adrian's room. Unfortunately, Adrian isn't there. She'll say, go, sending from Civis.
And then we'll send to Civis.
Send to Civis. Contact Adrian. We'll say that, like, you managed to get in contact with Adrian through Civis. Whatever. Fucking Mr. Shadow flips the bill. And Adrian says, well, I didn't need to meet them to hand off the information. Like, he'll arrive, and he'll arrive rather quickly. Like, on the scene, he'll say, sorry, we're coming to the end of the session, but I want to get certain things wrapped up for you guys. He says, I have to hand her off the information. I mean, get her at the handoff.
That is what we are suggesting if you are the one handing off the information. This is obviously somebody who assassinated the actual bidder, so we should do something about that.
Okay, well, let's do it.
We have shadows at play to help.
I have shadows at play to help. Mr. Shadow says, "I'm happy to lend my services." Adrian's like, "Who's that?" And he goes, "Don't worry about me, I'm Mr. Shadow." And essentially, they're like, "Hold fast. Let me take your defenders. We're gonna get this guy." And sure enough, they will return as this person has been caught as like 2 Deneth defenders, House Fjarlin, Wraith, and like 6 shadows jump him all at once. They jump him and basically like like throw him at your feet essentially. And this guy will say there'll be a whole thing about how like Fjarlin's not allowed to attack through Arnie. Mr. Shadow says, "I'm not Fjarlin. So tell me, what you know?" And after a short interrogation, Mr. Creature, who will reveal himself to be an elf, actually at the end of the day, will say, "This was for the benefit of Thurani and there was no contract. So you'll be pleased to know that we were simply borrowing your spy until the auction was complete and Thurani had its hands on the information. So have fun, go claim your victory." We'll give the location. Dive into the shadows. Sure enough, we'll return with a living, our living Eyes of Ondare lady, who will reveal to you that she was part of the lowest meeting and she got jumped like the night before the auction. So you had known the right person to land the auction. So with that, Cross, you have blackmail. Rowan, you have the Durrani infiltrator to his party. You guys have your Ondarian spy, which means that the auction will she'll be delighted. She'll be like, "No, yeah, this still works. Like, I'm happy to. I'm still very happy to have won the auction. Like this.
Wait, I spent how much?
Yeah, I was like, I spent a million. She'll be, and you'll find that the elegance and eloquence returned. That was, I mean, it's holding lowest, but still.
Quick question.
We'll be
I'm
very
so
happy
sorry.
to be like, let's proceed the auction. Let's just go forward with how things were meant to go. I'm very happy to claim that and make those deals with Kenneth. And
Quick question. I'm sorry, but did the creature give back the money that Lyrandar and Kenneth West gave them?
Well, they didn't give it to
Okay.
the creature. They gave it to Adrian.
Okay.
They gave
Okay.
them, yeah,
Okay.
in bills
Thank
of credit.
Oh, that was
so
bad. Okay.
So we will pick up next session on the handoff for you guys. So you guys have the creature, handoff. You guys have the blackmail, and you also have your auction still intact. I'm sorry for skipping through all of that, but that was kind of like behind the scenes stuff your lackeys were doing. So I felt it was fine to just like get it out there. And next session you can persuade the Baron to return your 2 viceroys to you.
Okay. Oh my God!
That ended up being a way more exciting session.
Jesus Christ, dude! Oh my God!
I thought this was gonna be like super chill. I thought you guys were
I
gonna go,
was
like,
expecting
drink
to like,
and-
hey, here's my backstory and everything. Here's where I'm from. If you want to meet my family, no. And by the way, my dad's coming to meet us now. He thinks I've been captured and tortured. The Thorani was actually in on it the whole time. We nearly been had. They nearly lost the whole information. Everything nearly went wrong. Lois is planning to break the fuck out of there with like.
No, it's great. This is it.
Oh
this
my
is the
God!
Game. This is great.
And Ludwig just has to sit there and take it.
Yep.
This is all to save you, buddy. You should be honored.
Fjallan owes us so fucking much. Oh my God!
Like real talk. We actually did save the auction.
We did save the auction.
So
Fjallan owes
so
us
Fjallan
so
can
much.
help us save Holden and get our people back because
and me.
none of this would have happened without us.
Exactly.
Yeah, honestly, no, you guys are due for a bonus.
Yeah, we are getting such a bonus for this. Like, you see this black guy? See what I took for the cause?
You didn't get a black eye.
I nearly
you
drowned.
You nearly drowned.
You nearly
Throwing
drowned.
clocks.
Yeah.
Do you want a black eye?
It feels
Lois
like
has a very small fist. She could
It'll
try.
fit
it feels
nicely.
like and my dad's coming to town now, probably.
Well, we don't
Watching
know.
the-
Like he's gonna get the sending. That hasn't returned yet. He might be like, fuck, he can figure it out himself. I mean, we don't know. I don't know what kind of
I will-
relationship you have with your dad.
I will tell you what, because I was glossing things over real quick. Rowan, you would have received an information during all the celebration from the Civis member who basically would have handed you a note, and it would have basically said, it would have been like someone in, like a trusted somebody in town who could speak on his behalf to get Ludwig out of trouble, and owes him a favor, sort of thing, which I'll be more than happy to disclose, and you can investigate that if you wish next session. But he basically gives you, would you intend to, or are you gonna like try and handle it without Ludwig's brother's involvement? Just so I know if I need to prep a friend of the family.
So to be clear, if she
Yeah.
does not have to,
Yeah.
she will not.
Understood.
But if there are no other options, then she will. Like, I'm not trying to start a war in Karnath, but you're going to give me back my guy, and I'll bring Daddy
It's
if I
a
have
Cold
to.
War.
I'll make it
All
real
right.
fucking hot if you don't give me back my guy.
The High Wire Act tonight is astounding.
This is the longest, and this is saying something, because your calendar entries in my books are always so fucking long. This is going to be the longest day of this calendar.
It was all-nighter. We pulled an all-nighter.
Yeah, you guys are going to get out of there, like, the sun coming up Han Solo style, like, just another day.
Oh my lord. We
I
might
thought it
come
was
out
great.
of this.
I deeply enjoy it. So here's the thing. So as much as I'm sure it pisses you off, Ludwig, about that, the random roll that got you caught.
Oh my lord.
Um,
Oh my lord.
But hear me out.
It kind of worked
If
out.
you hadn't rolled this and all this bullshit hadn't happened,
Yeah, exactly.
I probably would have gotten away with
Yeah.
you guys handing the information off to Ronnie and them being like,
Yeah.
fuck you, Fjarlin.
Yeah, that saved us. Oh, in some ways, that saved us. Like, another random roll, super random roll, by the way.
No,
Yeah.
I'm all right. I'm all right with it happening this way.
Fine, I'll live with it. We'll just...
Mr. Shadow, you guys...
We will pin it. Our official story will be, we pin it... My pitch is that we just pin the whole thing on Thorani.
My
He took your
pitch.
stuff, and we'll walk to return it. That's the rumor mill story we're going to be spreading.
I'm gonna let-
Ronnie didn't know what the... So, behind the screen,
Sure,
this
go ahead.
Duran, they were like, something kind of weird's happening. Sending a guy, keep an eye out just in case. And then they were like looking at, and then they found the guest list. They're like, okay, let's.
However-
they were starting to pick things together, and they didn't know what was going on. And then they replaced Eyes of Onderbitter. And then like this elf showed up from Bjarl and was like, "Hey, like, come on, it's time to go." And she was like, "Okay." And this spy, the creature, just like ended up in an information auction for Onder's Most Wanted.
So they
And it was
just
like,
so they blundered their way into this thing?
yeah, they blundered into the
Yeah,
auction.
Oh my god, and we blundered our way out of it. This is
Oh, no,
what
no.
This is
But
what
here's-
intelligence work is probably like in real life. This is how
Probably.
the CIA actually operates.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
Oh my-
By doing this, Thorani fucked with our integrity.
Yeah,
So yes,
and
we will be
fucked with them.
pinning. We will be pinning
Absolutely.
all of that. All of the shit will be getting pinned on this person.
Absolutely, and we can say, hey, we can get your information back from Thorani, wink wink. And
We're not gonna
slowly
say-
send it back.
We're not going to say
It was
anything.
absolutely a blunder. The person was like, something weird's going on. I'll replace one of them. Go with the flow, see what happens. We're not really known for espionage around here, but we'll give it a
Oh
shot.
my- They came this close to making their careers.
They did. They're about to be like, I'm gonna get
Oh.
like 3 promotions, baby. I'm about to be master.
I'm about to retirement money, bitch.
Yeah, honestly, that's why they were in there. Like, I just.
And that's why they were so
$1 million.
nervous. Like, wow, holy
Nah,
crap.
the
Yeah,
more
that's
the-
why she was like,
and now
"Holy
Thorani's
fuck."
about to have this whole, and now Thorani's about to have this massive, like damaging wound, gut shot wound to them. Like,
Honestly,
What
you
the-
guys should just become friends with this person because they're like, this was crazy, guys.
that you
Like,
owe us. Like we
You're
have this
like-
guy by the balls. Oh my god, we could.
I mean, honestly, like, better an asset had than an asset burned, I suppose. Like, it could
Yeah,
be a
like-
fun NPC who's like,
Yeah, we-
sorry, I almost fucked up your auction. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, we could like we could do. Well, you guys will figure this out. We could bait it, but like, oh my God, Fiolin, by the way,
Oh,
we got them.
I like having an asset inside of Thorani, but also I like being able to pin the heist on this guy and
Yeah.
walk away from there and be done with it. And
Yeah, either
either
way.
is fine.
Yeah, either way works. Although if we do pin it on if we don't pin it on Thorani and try to make it a mole out of him, I don't know what we offer the warlord in that case.
Don't you worry about it. You know,
Okay,
you're not in a position to offer anything. That is our job.
and if the worst comes to worst, Lois will get me out of there and carry me out of there like she's fucking Zorro or something. That's a plan, I guess.
We got it. We got
oh my
this.
God,
It's exciting. We got
I
this.
mean, Lois's Zenith Defender has something to prove right now. You know, she messed up the last defense of Lois. Maybe this one she'll just like, huzzah! Get you guys out.
My objective was literally, well, while we're here, we're waiting.
And we got something to handle the Neath with.
How much wibbly wobbly can I put in play all at the same time? Well, it's at the points where all of that's going on that you end up with holes and gaps that then become available, and then you can just take advantage of them. You know, the biggest objective was to get Ludwig up, unbound, so he's free to act. So there we go.
This whole session, I was like, was so bad, especially from last week. Was so bad, it's so over. Was so back, it's so over. Was so back, it's so over. Was so bad, and that was so back. By the skin of our teeth. Oh my God, we pulled it off.
I know. You guys were like you're like, okay, like at Cross, you were like, okay, we'll use the thing as blackmail cuts. And I was like, yes, okay, great. And then you sent out Mr. Shadow. I'm like, you were like, okay, we'll take the spy that's on your lap. And he's like, I know where the spy is, so I'll go check out the spy immediately. And then figures that out, and I'm like, okay, those pieces are gonna figure out. And it was just like the puzzle pieces were all there, and you guys slowly just like put it all together in the end, and it was
I'm so glad I sent Shell.
Oh my God, Shell might have earned his keep, man. No
Shell,
lie.
Yeah, because I
And when
was sitting there and I was like thinking about like I realized he went through there and like Mr. Shadow like has been tailing you guys, accumulating information on you guys, so we would have seen you guys meet with this person, and now because of Rowan and Holden knows you guys held an auction, I'm like, okay, probably something to do with the auction, so maybe we can lure this person out through auctioning. So, whew!
Yeah, that was a lot of like I'm gonna be watching this episode back a lot because holy crap,
It was a lot of shit.
it was so much. I cannot imagine how it's like on your end, Ryan. But by the way, put a pin.
I got my red yarn and
put a pin in this.
Over here.
When we go to Fiolin, we tell them about we not only pulled the auction off perfectly, we saved the whole auction at the same time from Thorani, and we act like it's part of the plan the whole time.
It's all part of the plan, baby.
It was all part of the plan. We planned the whole thing from the beginning. That's how good we are.
Oh
yeah,
no!
And honestly, an anti-espionage was Adrian's side of things too.
Oh well, he owes us big time.
Yeah, he does. That was like they were like, we will handle security. So they were on. And here's the thing, Lois, you almost caught the creature before the auction because you laid that alarm, but you specified the bidders, like as people who could pass, and they were there to bid. So I was like, I gotta let them through.
Oh my God!
You almost had them. I was like, no. And if someone dropped, and he was just using disguise self. If someone dropped to detect magic, it could have gone so bad for this person. You could have caught them.
Oh my God! Oh my God! But it kind of worked out on our end because Kenneth East didn't get it. If the Ice Von Dare won, that Kenneth East would have gotten it. So
Let's
it still
Yeah.
worked out in our favor.
It
It's
could
Oh
have
my god.
messed up things. It's true.
right now it's working out, but we do have another problem. 2 of
Yeah.
our people are being held hostage, and
but
another is
we have a-
AWOL.
We have a solution to this now.
You do.
We have a
You have
couple of
a-
solutions.
You have a tribute and you got blackmail, and that's pretty good.
Yes,
And
here's the
and,
creature, and we have blackmail.
and a warlord.
If
Yep.
If necessary,
if
yeah.
we really need one, I'm sure we can send a father or someone to talk on the father's behest.
Yeah, I think the first 2 might be enough, but we could bring in the third just in case.
No, if it doesn't work,
Yeah.
okay, but hopefully everything else we've got will
Hopefully.
work.
Hopefully,
Because I don't want to ask your daddy, and I'm betting you don't want me to ask your daddy
no,
too.
I don't. I
There
really
you go.
There was a plan to try and bring the ear draggers in as a monetary asset. You don't want to look like you don't know what you're doing to.
Can you
the guy.
understand why I don't really?
Exactly. I really would have made us look bad, but now with this story, it's like we got him out of trouble. We did it.
Because
Because
true. There's
it's
something
not
to be
built,
said
and we-
about
and we don't-
things go
and we-
wrong, but we fixed it.
And we leave out the fact that like we accidentally caused it in the first place. We leave that part out, and we say, yeah, they got me out of trouble. The guy panicked or whatever, but like they got me out of there. These guys are good.
Tell them what the bards would say.
Exactly. They're like rewrite the history to make us look
That's
as good
right.
as
The winner
possible.
writes the history.
Guys, you saved my ass tonight. Thank God.
Not yet.
course.
Not